Just comb your hair, go and wash your face. It's been a real long time since you've seen the light of day. So let thoughts come as they may, beauty and parade. Everybody all smiles when you're back in the seat again. On aboard the petty express to a beautiful darkness. It's full steam ahead to ride the rails to our next destination. Yeah!
Howdy everyone. We are finishing up day 3 and then getting into day 4, current day on the Linda Stermer retrial. Now, it looks like we are finally getting into some of the evidence that they found suspiciosus about Linda Stermer. So we are getting into Troy Ernst. He was the sort of the trace evidence technician. He's probably going to be going over a lot of items that they found in, Linda's house, as far as clothing, gasoline cans, things like that, to, again, try to tie her to this not being an accidental fire. Now, I don't know if Law and Crime had something going on yesterday, but they do not have closed captions on this particular portion of the stream. So we will do with what we can with these two insufferable defense attorneys and try to get through this together. So welcome aboard, everyone. This is the Petty Express, where we deal with horrible cases with sarcasm, humor, and heart. So welcome aboard. You all have VIP passes. Let's go. Make sure this is on 1.25. And away.
Exhibit 22.
I'm going to show you then exhibit number 25, and if you could identify that.
Okay, ma'am, could you just have handed him one at a time? I mean, it looks like my house up there. I mean, my house is in current state of construction chaos, and that is basically what my house looks like. Most of my clothes are in vacuum bags, which is why you kind of have seen the same couple outfits, because I basically picked out a same couple outfits to get me through. Now, I will be having to give up clothing because my husband says I have too much. Now, I disagree, but trying to be a goodish wife, so I'll try to meet him halfway and keep most of my clothes. And don't forget to check out KLF's channel. We want to support people here, on the Petty Express who are on this YouTube journey too. So, or streaming, depending if you stream other places. That being said, go check her out, go sub, let's get her count up, and let's get going with this.
This is my item number 8, and it's a metal paint can labeled as Todd Stermer's underwear.
Your Honor, people would move to admit.
All right, and there we did find out that there is a reason that any clothing that is suspected to have a accelerant on it is put in a paint can. Apparently, putting them in a paint can somehow stabilizes the I guess the trace evidence. Look, I'm sure there's magic scienceology and all the math chemistrology as to why they do these things. I don't know, but for trace evidence, especially for arson and the possible detection of accelerants, those kind of particular pieces of evidence are put into empty, non-used paint cans. I can't tell you why, but that's why.
People's exhibit number 23 in the
And
evidence at
the
this time.
sippy cup of
23.
wine the mom
25 you said before.
need.
25.
But I don't have a 23. Yeah, you said 25, but I think you're at 23.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, it's 23. I
Okay.
apologize.
So any objection to 23?
No, Your Honor, in fact, we'll stipulate to save some time. My intent
All right, we are gonna skip going through all of the exhibits
These then
and,
on your,
or him at least identifying them, and then
Tell you right now. This
We
was
will
my
go-
item number 11.
other ways that the detective actually opened up those paint cans just so that we can be sure what is in those paint cans. I believe we have 1, 2, 3 paint cans there.
could the paint cans be any more dinged up? And Sue Gary, I am sorry that this happened in your locality. It's often weird when these sort of big trials happen near you because you're like, wow, I could be on jury duty. This is weird. Or at least that's how I think sometimes. I'm not going to lie.
So may the record reflect that I'm going to have the detective open up the paint cans for 24, People's Exhibit 24, People's Exhibit number 25, and I believe the one that goes with it. So I'm just going to have them open up the 2 paint cans. Yes, they were. I think he stipulated to admitting all of them.
Ooh, the lawyers are stipulating. And yes, Tammy Bogard, this particular trial is happening in Van Buren County. So this is a Van Buren County. I incorrectly mislabeled it yesterday as Kalamazoo. I will tell you, I am a terrible with directions, city names, and all of that. So I did remember and put down in my notes that it is in Van Buren County in Michigan. Now, where exactly that might be in Michigan, I couldn't tell you unless I had a map. Oh my gosh, if the detective had hair, they'd have the same hairdo. I'm going straight to hell.
And you don't have to remove anything. You just want to tell me what is in that paint can.
It looks like a rolled up sock is in this one.
I feel this in my soul, which reminds me, just a warning from Mama Mo, because I always forget, but I did put it on my calendar this month. If you have any recurring subscriptions, like, you know, to Hilera or any of the places that make you get a VIP membership, don't forget to cancel and or skip your monthly memberships by today. Otherwise they will, well, at least by tomorrow, otherwise they will charge your behind. And, you know, that kind of sucks when you forget. So just a Mama Mo reminder.
This one also looks like a sock.
Another rolled up sock.
Yes.
So you received these 11 items then for analysis, is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you tell me then what type of testing you did on these 11 items?
The testing that I perform on this, I extract the ignitable liquid residues, and then I use gas chromatography mass spectrometry to separate and then detect what compounds are present in those materials.
So it gives you a sort of a printout then when you actually then are conducting this test?
What it does is, as this mixture of compounds goes through the GC, the gas chromatograph, it separates into compounds, and it takes some compounds longer to get through than others. And so at the end, I end up with what's called a chromatogram of several different peaks on a printout, yes.
And then you analyze those peaks on that printout?
I compare those to reference ignitable liquids that I've also collected using the same method.
And after you did the testing on these 11 items, were you able to then form an opinion with regard to the analysis?
Yes, I was.
And did you give me a lab report then detailing out all 11?
And guys, check out Tammy Fayette's channel and Observation Station. You know, let's give support and love to everyone that is trying to do this YouTube thing. It is always great when you see new subscribers, you get new friends, and you get new people to enjoy your content.
Items in your findings.
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit number 27.
We object, Your Honor. Under MRE 703 for the same reason we talked about last week. The underlying data, in fact, unless it, and it shall be in evidence under 703, unless it's in evidence, we can't opine.
Your Honor, he has actually provided it to defense counsel, and I believe he has copies as well of all the printouts.
With him?
The rule says it shall be in evidence.
Or it can come into evidence later at the court's discretion. So do you intend to introduce it, or can you?
I can, Your
introduce it?
Honor. Do you have copies of all those printouts?
I do.
Yes. And that they were actually used for your analysis then of the
Okay, so this is a big point because another one of their expert witnesses, I do think a private or contractual lab, was disqualified because he did not have the actual printouts from the time that the gas chromatograph, look, that's a word that no one should be able to say. Anywho, that is why they lost. So the state lost an expert witness because due to the duration of this case, in the time it took, basically the company had folded and they didn't have the original printouts. Now they did have the report, but they did not have the original printouts, which means that the actual facts were, or the actual evidence was not in and could not be placed in. So this is important because the state did get dinged on this, so they did lose one of their experts. So the defense is going to be right on top of this, and that's probably why she has the printouts there for them. Now, the defense is trying to be a little snippy, like, they didn't have them in, like, on time. But the judge says at her discretion, and she'll take late homework from the state.
results.
Correct.
And how many pages is that?
May I refer to it?
Yes.
Without counting, it's that thick.
And may I take a copy of those?
You may.
I bet he has his underwear color coded and his socks all rolled up. I bet he can fold a fitted sheet. He just seems like the type to me. I always thought those people were just amazing, like an everyday miracle. Because first of all, I don't know, look, fitted sheets I will never get them. Like if I ever fold a fitted sheet just like Martha Stewart, I would like a parade. Ooh, I will have to take a look at that. But I've just always been amazed at people who like have life together. Oh, they're going to get
I'll allow you to
copies.
keep questioning, and then we can introduce that. I assume there's no objection to its introduction, Mr. Mueller?
I don't know that there's been a foundation laid as to what those charts are and what they represent. If she lays that foundation, then I don't think there'd be an objection. But all this is just pages of paper until he explains it. And how he
I
got-
believe
and
he's
how he
already
got
talked
to his
about,
opinions.
he's already talked about the gas chromatography that he's already done and the printouts and how he uses that for his analysis, but I'm happy to go into, have more discussion or further detailed testimony about it.
I think enough of a foundation.
No, ask the jury if they want further detail. They don't. They really, really don't. We don't want to go into the minutia of how you do gas chromatographicology. We don't need that. The jury doesn't want it. Look, the jury has already suffered through old man Shatner. Okay, Tiger Woods of Shatnering. All right, they can't do no more. Do not torture the jury. This is Lent, not prison. Damn it.
Foundation's been made, so once we get it, you can introduce it.
Thank you, Your Honor. We'll go ahead and mark his graphs then as item number 28.
No, I believe that he is first going to do the chart on the socks, and it might be that so they haven't yet disclosed what portion of the clothing went to a separate contractor for trace analysis. So I wonder if Todd's socks are the only things that went to the state lab and the state is having to reconfigure since they lost their expert.
I'm gonna give you your copy back. You've received a copy from the state. Would you like another?
I'll put it marked up, but we don't need to do it now.
Yes, he already has been provided copies. Thank you, Your Honor. So I'm going to show you then what's marked as People's Proposed Exhibit number 28. And can you just tell the court what those are?
These are the chromatograms and comparisons that were printed out as part of the evaluation of what ignitable liquids may be present in the samples that were submitted to me.
So this is after you've run all of.
Okay, not for nothing, but chromatogram sounds like a sticker I really wanted to have from Liza Frank. You know, like, this is a chromatogram unicorn with a heart. I'm just saying chromatogram is a better name for a glitter sticker. Changed my mind.
11 items. These are the graphs that are printed from your
Or a
analysis.
glittery
Correct.
And then you use
Hallmark
these graphs
card.
to then interpret this data and make your findings.
That's correct.
Your Honor, I move to admit People's Exhibit number 28 into evidence at this time.
Your objection's noted. Any other objection, Mr. Mueller?
None,
Okay.
what's already been noted.
Thank you. Court receives Exhibit 28 into evidence.
So based on Exhibit
And since this is a learning channel, I don't pause. Well, okay, I do pause all this much. I'm not going to lie to y'all. You're my favorite friends. You're my favorite mofos. Anyhoozle, the defense may have an objection, a standing objection. And if you notice that the judge is not doing anything, that is more for an appellate attorney. Basically, if you don't make an objection at the time that this happens, there basically is no objection. You can't go back and object later. You can't do a, post-stated objection. So they are definitely objecting to certain things more for an appellate case than actually to do anything right now in the current case. The more you know.
28 with your data, were you able then to form an opinion with regard to analysis of these 11 items?
Yes.
And did you then put that into a report detailing out your findings for all 11 items?
I did.
I think I already showed defense counsel. So I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 27. And do you recognize that?
Yes, this is a copy of my lab report for this case.
And Your Honor, people would move to admit People's Exhibit number 27 into evidence at this time.
Your Honor, I'm not going to object. I believe there are MS charts as well. And if he has those, then we wouldn't have a problem. That's at least what we learned from the last witness, who was a chemist like Mr. Ernst.
Objections noted. I'll overrule it. I think sufficient foundation's been laid. So you may admit 27.
27, thank you. Permission to publish?
You may.
I'm going to put this in front of you so you can actually read it while I put it up on the screen.
Ooh, get a screen.
So is this page 1 then of your report? Is there just one page?
I believe there's just one page to this
Just
report.
one page.
Yes.
So we have the report then displayed. Can you just start at the top and go through then your findings with these 11 items?
Do you want me to start with the results?
However is easiest for you.
Okay. The larger block on this page is evidence received, and that just details what I received from the agency. Below that are the results, and what it states is gas chromatographic mass spectrometric analysis of items 1, 2, 8, 9, 10, and 11 show the presence of gasoline.
And I'm going to stop you there. Can you go through what each of those items are generically called?
Item 1 is gray sweatpants. Item 2, 1 gallon red plastic gasoline can. Item 8, underwear. Item 9, left sock. Item 10, right sock. And item 11, shirt.
And those are the items that tested positive for what?
For gasoline.
For gasoline. And then now if you want to continue then with your other analysis.
GCMS analysis of items 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 did not show the presence of any identifiable liquid petroleum products.
And just, can you run through briefly then what the generic descriptions of those items are?
Item 3 was the sweater, pants, socks of Linda Stermer. 4 was the tan coat. 5 was the red sweatshirt. 6 was the blue shirt and white towel. And item 7 was brown shirt.
Okay, so basically breaking down, it seemed like every item of Todd's clothing, from the socks to the sweatpants to the blue shirt and towel. Okay, so it says basically items 1, 2, 8, 9, 10, and 11. So the underwear for Todd, the left sock, the right sock, the shirt, the gas can, the gray sweatpants, and the gallon plastic gasoline can. Now, here is the rub. None of that is on Linda's clothing. Now, there are a couple different scenarios. If she had, let's say, given Todd a little bit more of the cough medicine than he probably needed, and he was incapacitated in some way, then she, got him on the head, or didn't even have to bludgeon him at this point. Now, she gives him the cold medicine, he's asleep, she douses him with gasoline. I do wonder if she wouldn't have gotten any splashback. Now, if he is, incapacitated on his chair, so to speak, and just kind of, laying down, he might have been so out of it he didn't notice the gas getting on him. But this also does leave the possibility open for the defense, and they would have to tread incredibly carefully. But they could maybe state that this was a incredibly painful self-deletion. Now, this hinges a lot on Linda's testimony and setting up a reference point for Todd having these sort of ideations and, threats, and it would have to be corroborated with someone outside of Linda. That being said, the fact pattern is showing that Todd was covered in gasoline and Linda wasn't. Now, Linda probably did have an opportunity to change her clothes to hide the clothes that she might have had gasoline on. But this evidence does, put a little bit of a kink in both cases, to be honest. And good morning, Slinky. Don't forget, I am simulcasting, professional, on the big green thing. So if you don't want to be over on the YouTubes and you want to be on the green place, let me, you can go visit me over there too.
So I want to ask you a little bit about the testing for gasoline versus other types of oils, fuel oils. Does gasoline show particular characteristics that would be separate from, say, a fuel oil, lamp oil, or a kerosene oil?
Yes, those are all different categories of ignitable liquids. Gasoline has a wide range of types of compounds in it. And it includes classes such as alkanes and aromatics and naphthalenes. Fuel oil, that's typically a petroleum distillate. So that's a different class of chemicals that comprises that material. Lamp oil can be a petroleum distillate, it can be a naphthenic paraffinic, it can be a normal alkane. And so those, are different classes of ignitable liquids that we have references for and we can compare to, but gasoline is different from all of those.
So I just want to talk a little bit about, are you familiar with the types of fuel oil that are used in furnaces?
I don't know, I would want to have a sample to test to find out what it is, but off the top of my head, I wouldn't want to speculate.
Okay. And I want to talk to you a little bit about, were you aware that there were certain items that were placed into a body bag in this case that you tested?
Yes, I did hear that.
And do you recall or know what items were placed in the body bag?
My understanding was items 8, 9, 10, 11, and 1.
So 8, 9, 10, 11, and 1. Can you give me the generic descriptions?
Underwear, left sock, right sock, shirt, and gray sweatpants.
And so Were you able to then distinguish, and I guess I'm going to ask you in layperson's terms, the density of the amount of gasoline on those items, and if it would have been possible to transfer gasoline from one item to another?
Overruled.
Quantifying the amount of ignitable liquid present is not something that I am capable of doing with the tests that we do. So to that part, no, I can't quantify that. Could you repeat the second part of that question?
Can you talk to the jury about, since these items may have been placed together, what would be the opportunity to have one item then transfer gasoline onto another item?
If they're all packaged together and there's not good airflow that can escape, then under the conditions such as room temperature, sealed up fairly well, I would expect that any gas on one item would be able to transfer through the air to another, or if it has liquid present, then it can directly, through touch, transfer gasoline from one sample to another. The longer you would have it sealed together, the more likely there could be.
And remember that it was raining, it was sleeting, it was snowing, and there was a lot of liquid on these clothes. And they basically put him in a body bag and put all these clothing in there. Now, with burn victims, you basically don't have the skin barrier. So there was also probably leakage of serous fluid. Serous fluid is kind of your blood, you know, the red part is the blood cell, the liquidy part is the serous. So, you know, there is a great likelihood that there could have only been gasoline on one of these items, and it all transferred to all of the items that were placed in the body bag. Now, again, what I do find significant is that Linda did not have any gasoline on her. Also, I would wonder if the defense would ask if there were any particular chemical model or differences in this gasoline as opposed to other gasolines. Were they able to, you know, chemically, I don't know, link the gasoline from the gas can to the gasoline on Todd? Because I think that, you know, finding gasoline in a gas can, well, good doy. But if you can say it has the same chemical makeup, you know, maybe it's a special, like, you know, I don't know, shell formulation. If they can say that, then I think that you can link the gas can and the clothing. If you cannot do that, if you cannot find a special, you know, molecule in there that kind of links these gasolines together, I do think that that's something that the jury, you know, is going to look at. Or at least I would look at.
Transfer among those different items.
Was there any difference in the testing that you saw on your graphs between the shirt and the socks and underwear?
May I refer to my notes?
Would that help refresh your memory?
It would.
Yes.
Well, and Wolfram, also another thing to remember, so when they were constructing the house, they admitted to, or at least Linda admitted to, and other people corroborate, that on the main level they had basically a kerosene heater, and it did leak sometimes. So if that kerosene got into the subflooring, I am not shocked that this place went up like a Roman candle. Not to mention, according to Linda, they keep, you know, lamp oil and freaking grain alcohol. I think it's just lamp oil, but they've got all these oils in the house. Not to mention they put the excess oil when they bled the system into a 2-liter bottle and kept it in the furnace room. So the fact that this house hadn't gone up prior to this is a freaking flapjack miracle. I will say she was very attractive. I did like her very much with the brown hair. I do think that this is a softer look. She might get... So here's my problem with her new look. I love it. I think she looks more put together, but I think that the frumpy grandma look probably would have engendered more sympathy for Linda. Again, I don't know where I fall on this trial. The state is showing me evidence, but I have not heard enough to make a choice either way. I will say that the defense attorneys bothered the ever-living snot out of me.
And actually, I do think I have some of your graphs in a short form from an email that you sent me, if that helps refresh your memory as well.
Depending on which email or which graphs those are.
Yeah,
it may.
look at this. The graphs that you sent to me.
And those are reference gasoline samples. Those aren't the item samples. So that doesn't answer this particular question.
I understand. Okay. So the particular graphs that I have here are just the generic.
Yes, those are reference gasoline samples that I've collected to be able to compare to fire debris samples.
How were the generic gasoline tables that you provided to me, how were those used in this analysis of these items?
When we receive things and we test them for ignitable liquids, and we compare them to reference ignitable liquids that we've collected, we don't just compare them to the fresh gasoline, for instance, but we also take that fresh gasoline and evaporate it to different volumes. So you can have 50% evaporated gasoline, because what happens is you lose some of the components of gas, but not all of them. And so the gas chromatograph shifts over how much evaporation there's occurred for that sample. So we have reference samples of neat gasoline, which is fresh gasoline, 50% evaporated, 80% evaporated, 90% evaporated, 95% evaporated, 98% evaporated gasoline to be able to compare to the fire debris samples.
Well, yes, but at this point, you're just proving it's gasoline. You haven't proved a link between the gasoline in the can and the gasoline in, on the clothing. And that's what I would be looking for as a juror, because I have watched way too many cases. Now, the crapshoot for the defense is you might not have people that are addicted to watching trials, and they might think gas is gas. So, yeah, the defense attorneys, both of them, are a choice between a douche and a crap sandwich.
Because those chromatograms look different from one to another. They have a lot of the same peaks, a lot of the same compounds, but a different ratio of those compounds. So the references that are on that chart show the difference between, I believe it's a fresh gasoline, 80% evaporated, and 95% evaporated gasoline. And that's what is on that.
And why would that be important?
Why that is important is because when you have samples that, if there was gas on one sample but not on others and they got packaged together, the compounds that transfer easiest are the lighter ones, the ones that evaporate at lower temperatures. And so if you have a transfer by air, you're going to get more of the lighter compounds compared to the heavier compounds that transfer from one to another. And so the expectation that I would have then is the sample that has the lightest compounds as the strongest would be the one that received the transfer rather than started with the gas and transferred to the ones that have heavier compounds. So that was the reason why I wanted to look at the 80 and 95% evaporated and compare those to the samples that I had on this case.
So what samples had the heavier compounds in this case?
The heaviest was item 10,
Which is,
the right sock. And then items 8, 9, and 1 had approximately the same level of evaporation that compared well to these samples.
and those are 8, 9, and 1, what are those the generic names for?
1 is the gray sweatpants, 8 is the underwear, and 9 is the left sock. And then the shirt, item 11, had the lighter compounds out of those samples.
So just to keep it in layperson's terms, your expectation then when analyzing those for lighter compounds versus heavier compounds with relation to how they could transfer, could you put that in lay terms with the items, the generic item numbers or item descriptions?
So based on the data that I'm looking at, and assuming that they were packaged in a similar way and were in the same temperature afterwards, then the expectation I would have is that if there was a sample that didn't have gas on it originally and had it transferred to it, or if it also could have had gasoline present on it already. But if that's not a consideration, then it would be item 11, which would be the shirt that has the lighter compounds. So that would be the one that I would expect would have received the transfer, not given the transfer compared to the others.
Compared to the socks, underwear, and sweatpants?
Correct.
Okay, so what they just broke down there is that the shirt, and that might have been a shirt from Mr. Matheny. So that was the first neighbor on scene that saw Todd and his pants were down and decided to put clothing over him to try to help him, especially with it being January and the temperatures dropping. Wanted to give him a source of comfort, so took some of his hoodies and shirts from his van and put it on him. So what this technician chemist guy is saying is that in his estimation, the transfer, if there was any transfer, the transfer would have come from Todd's clothing onto the shirt rather than the shirt onto Todd's clothing, based on, you know, the sort of compounds that he was able to capture on each disparate item. The shirt had the lighter compounds, which I guess stay behind when the heavier. Look, it's chemistrology. Look, I was excited. I wanted to be a chemist when I grew up until I realized that it's all effing math. They lied to me. I thought it was going to be exploding things, but no, it's all math. The sciences were not for Mo.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Oh, God.
When we approach,
Prepare thyself. Who are we going to get? Slowpoke or guy I'd like to poke in the chest? Allegedly in Minecraft. Oh, I thought he wasn't allowed to use that. I thought she told him no to the post-it board thingamabob. Ooh, the state's gonna objectorate. And he's like, hell no. I will not go. My post-it is here. I'm too sexy for my post-it. Too sexy for my shirt. So sexy it hurts. Not you, sir. The post-it tablet. Oh God, could you be any more dramatical, sir? Seriously. I'm a girl, and even I'm over it.
Your Honor, can we-
Today, Junior. Get your magic sharp. Oh, she is mad. She's like, you done told him he is not allowed to have the big old post-it notes. To be fair, I so much want some of them. Like, you guys, if I win the lottery, there will be signs. I will get the giant post-it notes. Do not let me into a Staples if I have come into a bunch of money, because I swear to goodness, I would buy all the Sharpies. I'd buy a projector. I'd have an Elmo. Y'all, I would go nuts. I'd buy a laminator. I may or may not have a dark addiction to office supplies. That being said, I only have one pen I like. Oh, she said no to the post-it pad. She done thrown him off. I know.
Definitely.
Like there would be signs, y'all. I'm not saying that I'd be all ostentatious with my wealth, but I'd have a post-it note tripod right next to me. There would be signs. I just have a row of those art markers, those alcohol art markers, and I'd have 3 packs of them, you know, Mr. Sketch, you know, the markers that taught us to sniff markers. I'd have a bunch of them. I guess the judge said no more of the notepad.
Sir,
Hello.
I hope not to take too long late in the afternoon. I want to have some questions answered.
That's a lie.
Here, you and I have spoken before, I believe, in January of 2021. You remember we talked on the phone?
I do recall.
Okay. You told us, I think, earlier that MSGC is a qualitative test in analysis, correct?
I don't recall exactly what I have told you.
Is it a qualitative analysis as opposed to a numerical?
Yes and no. We do get numbers from it, so in some ways it can be, but in terms of identifying ignitable liquids, it is qualitative in that respect.
Okay, when we say qualitative, we mean a go, no-go test, correct?
It means rather than using numbers, you're using words. You're describing what is there or isn't there.
Right. Relative. It's either there or it's not there. It's positive or it's negative, right?
To an extent, yes.
Schrodinger's gas. Is the cat there? Is he not? It's Schrodinger's cat. Except this is Schrodinger's gas.
Okay. It's not like blood alcohol, 0.08% blood alcohol, 0.17, you're super drunk, nothing like that, right?
It's not like that.
Okay. So here, we have a test, this GCMS, right?
Yes.
Gas chromatograph mass spectrometry?
Yes.
Yes, all right. You showed some GC charts, am I right?
I don't know if I showed them, but
Well, they were admitted as an exhibit, remember that
Yes.
over my objection?
yes.
There are also, these are two separate parts of the test. There's a GC and then there's an MS, am I right?
Yes, that MS is the detector, and you can get compound information from it, yes.
Okay, and you have your MS charts here as well?
What I have are extracted ion profiles, which uses the mass spec data, but it sums certain ions that are particular for the different types of compounds that we're looking for in ignitable liquids.
Okay, so what you don't have, correct me if I'm wrong, the base data, you don't have those charts, or are they charts?
They're spectra. They're spectra.
Okay, Doctor, what does that mean?
It's a series of peaks with numbers on them that indicate what mass fragments those individual compounds broke up into.
Okay, you as an expert have to analyze those, don't you?
For gasoline identification, that's using patterns compared to other references, and that uses the total ion chromatogram, which is a sum of all of those mass spec, and also extracted ion profiles, which are portions of those mass spectra.
So in regular layman's English, do you have to interpret that underlying data?
I am jealous.
I have all of the patterns that are needed to interpret if gasoline is present or not in here.
Okay, it's one level up from the raw data, am I right?
Am I
Could
right?
you
You have
re-ask
the raw
that?
data, and then there's something like the ions you said, and that's based on the raw data,
What do you mean by the raw data?
the spectra you talked about.
Okay. So, again, the chromatogram, that's a printout, includes all of the mass spectra added together. The extracted ion profiles that I used to compare certain compounds, again, the patterns of the compounds, those also use the mass spectral data. In gasoline identification, there isn't the requirement that you have to identify what each of these peaks are. The capability is there to identify what these peaks are on this chromatogram, but it's a comparison of these chromatograms and extracted ion profiles to reference ones. So I do have all of the data that are necessary for identification.
Okay, and it's just gasoline, am I right? You call it gasoline, as opposed to fuel oil, which might be some mid-level liquid, ignitable liquid, fair?
Fuel oil would be typically a petroleum distillate, a heavy petroleum distillate, from my recollection, and that would use a similar process of the chromatograms, the patterns of peaks, and the extracted ion profiles.
This GC-MS test, it is extremely sensitive, isn't it?
It is sensitive.
And is it based on volume per volume? As
What do you
you're
mean
analyzing? Well, what are the units?
What are the units of what?
When you're analyzing an GC-MS test, you're using a sample of something.
So the printouts are in relative abundance, and these are in counts. So
So
however
counts.
many counts of that, at that retention time, at that number of minutes since it got injected into the column, how long that took to come out, however many counts are hitting the mass spec at that point, that's the top number on the chromatogram.
Let's talk about how sensitive this machine is.
Yes, and now I'm going to have to go watch tonight for date night. I'm going to make Mr. Mo watch True Geniuses. I love that movie. Also, I really love Prince of Egypt. Look, Sandra Bullock and Michelle Pfeiffer cannot sing. And I get pissed off at the Whitney Houston and Mariah Carey song, but some of the choral pieces in that, the group choral pieces, are just incredibly majestic, and I love them. That being said, Val Kilmer was kind of a dick from what I've heard, but I did like him in Batman. I mean, I like that Batman. I thought it was stupid, but it was fun. And Batman had nipples. I mean, how can we forget nipple Batman?
Am I correct? It's 0.005%,
Or better. In terms-
or more sensitive than
Or,
that?
yes, or more sensitive, yes.
Like, what would that or better be? You're the one who's running these tests.
So the typical daily test we do to make sure the instrument is working
Oh.
properly, the mixture we have is at 0.005% volume to volume. And all of the peaks that are in that, all of the compounds that are in that sample are readily detected as long as the instrument is working properly.
So 0.005% If we translate that out to a number, it's 0.00005, right?
Correct.
5 10,000s, correct?
Without having it written down, I wouldn't want to.
Tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 5 100,000s,
Okay.
5 100,000s. That's sensitive, correct?
Yes, but
Okay.
in terms of,
For the threshold. For the threshold to sense gasoline, correct?
to sense a peak.
A peak that you're going to end up, I just want to say, where you end up saying it's positive, are we on the same page? It would have had to exceed that 0.00005 threshold, fair?
That's the sensitivity, or that's the concentration of our reference sample that we say our method has to detect these peaks at that concentration.
So if it's detecting a peak to where you would say it's positive, that means it's exceeded that peak.
For that compound, yes.
But you can't tell us how much gasoline was on any one item of clothing that tested positive, isn't that true?
That's correct.
And you said you can have transfer of gasoline, for example, from one item of clothing to another, touch transfer, fair?
Yes,
And also atmospheric transfer, right?
that's correct.
I think you said if you assumed that they were packaged the same way and kept together?
In terms of if they were in the same general area from the time they got packaged up until the time that I tested them. I can't control that part.
And you can't control, and you are not aware of how the clothing was on Todd Stermer, if it was on Todd Stermer.
That's correct.
You also don't know how it was packaged from the scene once it was taken off of Todd Stermer, correct?
That's correct.
Number 11, that red shirt, which we've identified as Mike Matheny's shirt, you got it as shirt.
Sure.
And number 1, and number 8, 9, I think, and 10,
Yes.
all were positive, right?
For gasoline, yes.
Right. You can't rule out, based on the evidence you have and just the knowledge you have, you can't rule out the logical possibility that maybe there was a transfer from Matheny's clothes to the other clothes that
I
item.
think this witness understands who owns the clothes, it's just the type of clothing, so if you could refer to it by the item number, that would be helpful.
That would be better. Let me try that. So item number 11, the red shirt, tested positive, so did the sweatpants, number 1, so did the underwear, number 8, so did number 9.
Hey, moron, he already answered this. And what he said, and I quote to the best of my ability, paraphrasing, of course, is that because the concentration was lower on the red shirt versus the socks, that, it was more likely that either the concentration or the evaporation was more accelerated. I'm not quite sure. He kind of went into science talk, and he's not Miss Frizzle, and he doesn't have a Liz or a magic school bus, so I ain't paying attention. Now, that being said, basically what this, chemistrologist had said was that the concentration or the levels or whatever were lower on the red shirt. So in his professional opinion, the transfer was more likely to have come from the socks and the sweatpants and the underpants rather than the shirt having transferred all of the things to those items. So basically what he is saying is that the transfer was less likely to have come from the neighbor's shirt than from Todd's. Now, what the defense attorney is trying to do is twist him around and make that sound like that's not what he said.
And sock, left sock, and 10 the right sock, right? Or vice versa.
Correct.
Right. As you sit here, you have no evidence that can rule out the logical possibility that number 11 could have transferred gasoline to the other items, fair?
Because of the complexity involved, I can't say how it did happen, so that's fair.
Okay. And you certainly, and I appreciate your candor, because you told the jury that you weren't going to speculate, right?
Correct.
Because an expert should never speculate, right?
Correct.
Because if you offer speculation as an expert opinion, what you're doing is misleading the reader, aren't you? Or
Sir, you have been trying to mislead and speculate. You want to talk about Mr. Slow Speculation, your fellow attorney? Because if anyone is going to get knocked for, speculation, holy God. I have a marathon. So now, y'all, we are going on a tangent engaged because I need some advice. I am not a, tried and true teenage mom, but I am running into this problem. So my middle daughter has a job and she has to pay for insurance. that was just kind of the rule. Like, you pay for insurance, you pay for the upkeep. And she has had some bad luck. I am not going to lie. Like, her first car basically didn't work, and this car we had to get new tires on as soon as she took over it. So I get that. And she got me with math. See, I was played because last night I was like, hey, middle child, there's quite a bit of money for a teenager that you owe, you owe me. How are you thinking you want to pay that back? Do you want to make, like $10 payments, $50 payments, that kind of thing. And she looked at me and she's like, I only make $200 every paycheck and I have to pay for my insurance, which is $130, and then gas. And that made sense all of about 5 minutes when I was climbing up the stairs and it was taking forever. And I was like, wait, she gets 2 paychecks a month. That's a whole another $200 that car doesn't take all that gas. I got played, y'all, because I said, okay, you can wait till summer to pay me back. I'm just saying, I got played. Mr. Moe laughed at me because I'm a chump. That being said, there are some arguments that I'm not going to deal with right now.
For the listener.
That can happen.
And no reasonable person, man of science, woman of science, would do that.
Oh, for God's sake, shut up.
I can't speak for everybody.
You certainly wouldn't.
I try not to.
The gasoline, assuming it was on the sweatpants, item number 1, you've already said you don't know how much gasoline could have been on there, correct?
I don't have a volume, correct.
You don't know where the sweatpants were, when gasoline might have gotten on it,
Correct.
how the gasoline might have gotten on it,
I don't know that.
how long the gasoline might have been there before you tested it,
Correct.
right? I mean, you can't tell, or maybe you can, but you can't tell if the gasoline that you were testing were on those sweatpants for a week, 2 weeks, 30 minutes. Fair?
No, I can't do that.
You can't do any of that, and to do that would be speculate, right?
Correct.
Which no reasonable, or at least you would never do, right?
I try not
Oh,
to.
for God's sake, shut up.
You did look at item number, I believe it was number 3, if you look down there, it'd be Linda Stermer's clothing.
Yes,
Linda Stermer's clothing tested negative for any gasoline. True?
there were no identifiable liquid petroleum products on those clothing.
So as sensitive as your machine is, Linda Stermer's clothing didn't even meet that threshold. Fair?
That's fair.
And as it relates to contamination, I think you mentioned contamination on direct exam. You try to prevent that, right?
Slinky, I'm unleashing Mr. Mo on her. Mr. Mo has Excel sheets. He is a genius with budgeting. He in fact keeps us in line, and most of the time I pay attention to his budgeting things. So he definitely will be the one that needs to talk to her, because I think she is definitely doing a lot of impulse shopping. And I don't want her to have a bad habit of being, kind of scrambling to think what your bills are going to be paid. So Mr. Mo will be talking to her this weekend. But thanks for the encouragement, because yeah, we need to do that.
Yes, we try to prevent that.
By all means,
Yes,
right? Because you don't want to unduly influence or wreck the results of a test, the integrity of the test, right?
that's correct.
That's why you have strict chain of custody,
Yes.
yes? You don't throw clothes on top of clothes. You separate them out into individual evidence bags, don't you? Or containers.
We analyze them how they come in. Whatever packaging they're in, that's how they get analyzed.
So sometimes you might get clothing that's packaged together 2 at a time,
Correct.
like a towel and a shirt,
Yes.
like we saw in this case.
Yes.
And before the clothes that you analyzed were brought to you, you don't know how they were individually packaged, or strike that, not packaged, but individually stored and collected. Fair?
That's fair.
Can you have false positives on a GCMS test? Is that possible?
That is not something that we would have as a false positive. That would be a contamination, but that We have blanks that we run frequently. We have quality control checks that would detect that and prevent that.
The gasoline, you also, we didn't talk about a gasoline can, that 1 gallon can we saw. Remember that?
Yes,
That tested positive for gasoline, correct?
it did.
As one would expect from a gasoline can. You were talking about fresh gas, 85% gas, or 85% not diluted, what was the word?
Evaporated.
Evaporated, 90% evaporated, right?
Yes.
Do you know what the rate of that gas was in terms of evaporation?
I compared it to one of the evaporated states, and it compared well with one of them. I would have to look to see what it
Please.
was mostly similar to.
Slinky, I appreciate it and always take my child rearing advice with a huge caveat that I am childless, so I'm only guessing at this stuff. I'll share a little secret with you. Most parents are also only guessing at this stuff. I always tell my oldest daughter, I'm like, I am very sorry. You are my beta test teenager. I hopefully will get it right by at least one of your siblings, but I do apologize if I have screwed you up during your teenage years. Because, you know, I'm pretty sure I probably did. I have no idea. This has been a pattern for the defense. He basically asks the same questions and different things like that. He kind of asks irrelevant questions. Now, I will say that this is more on point than the other lawyer, and he is making a point that these pieces of clothing were all put together, that no care was taken to, you know, bag these individually to get the individual, you know, actual accurate readings for all. So there is an issue there. Now, I don't know how much the jury is going to be paying attention because, again, they might go into the same mode that I go into, other than the fact that I know I have to take notes to be informed and tell you guys and do a breakdown. But their attitudes might have turned off the entire jury, so when they do make a good point, no one cares.
It was most similar to a 70% evaporated gasoline reference.
What does that tell us? What does that mean to us?
What that means is the compounds that were lighter than what are left at the 70% level had been evaporated off. And so it could be that there was still liquid gas in there, but 70% of it had been evaporated. And so I would be testing the rest. Or it could be that it had been poured out and whatever residue was still there had evaporated off to 70% evaporated, and that's when I received it.
And in terms of time, can you talk about what that means, 70% evaporation?
That depends on the temperature mostly that it's at. So I can't talk about time as itself.
But are we talking about, when we're talking about 70% gasoline, are we talking about like old gas versus the fresh gas you talked about?
So 70% evaporated means 70% of it is gone by the time I would analyze it then. So yes, that wouldn't be fresh gas anymore. That would be mostly evaporated gas, but still liquid left.
Okay. Certainly wouldn't be gas from 4 hours before out of a gas tank or out of a gas pump. Fair?
I don't know what conditions that has been in for 4 hours.
Okay. Like,
I will say that is a good point. The defense is, you know, kind of showing that there are holes in this theory of the state where the, you know, evaporation levels are much, you know, are much more present. So that gas had probably been sitting there. So it does make the point that, you know, this gas wouldn't have been fresh gas. Now they are trying to link her trip to the gas station to get breakfast food with her getting gas to, well, basically torch Todd. So the defense is making good points. But again, if I'm a juror and I have been completely turned off by his attitude, am I paying attention? And that, I think, is going to be the big issue for the defense. They have been utterly unlikable and insufferable to listen to. They are an audio assault.
when I try to start my snowblower and I haven't used the fresh fuel, the fuel saver, that would be greatly evaporated gas, wouldn't it?
Depends on the conditions it was stored in.
Okay. Give me 1 second, Your Honor.
Now, As a juror, my question would be, is there any way that you can link the gas from the gas can to the gas on the clothing? And I think that is something that either the defense knows the answer and they were able to link it, though I would imagine the state would be crowing that to the ceiling. But I do think it would be important to show that they are not able, this particular lab is either able to connect the gasoline or not.
Pair of sweatpants, right, male sweatpants. Can you tell, based on your testing, where on the pants the gasoline may have been?
No, I can't.
And finally, can you test with your GCMS machine, blends of gasoline, like different octanes you can distinguish?
If I'm comparing fresh gas to fresh gas, some of the premium have different additives in them that can be detected, but most of those are lighter, and so by the time it gets evaporated, then it pretty much looks the same.
But if it was fresh gas to fresh gas, for example, like the Sunoco, could you compare Sunoco blend versus Shell?
While I could compare it, what I'm trying to do is identify, is it gasoline? So it's not comparing, we don't do comparisons of gas to determine could it have come from this gas station or a different one.
All right, just so simply gasoline versus some other fuel.
Some other ignitable liquid, yeah.
And since I'm working on my griftability, I am negotiating with Mr. Mo to go to Dollywood. And if you have, I understand this economy. Before I go into all this spiel, I greatly appreciate just you guys being in chat, giving me encouragement, liking, sharing, subbing. That being said, if you have, like Megan says, breadstick money and you want to, donate, every single bit of this will go to me going to Dollywood and possibly meeting Dolly Parton. Now, I will tell you, if I meet Dolly Parton, I might ask for a DNA test just to check if we aren't sisters. And even if not, I'm gonna lie like that chick like Madeline McCann. Not gonna lie. Like, Dolly, you are my spirit godmother. I'm just saying. Her and Cher. Y'all, I'm telling you, if I was born a boy, I would make Richard Simmons look straight. I'm just saying.
Yes.
Liza Minnelli.
Just real briefly, Your Honor. What types of things make gasoline evaporate faster?
Higher temperature does, that's the biggest one. And you said faster, not just more of it.
Faster or more?
More time and better airflow.
So if something's exposed to air or outside, it would evaporate more?
Yes, it would.
If something's exposed to heat or fire, it evaporate more?
Yes.
If something's left out overnight with a cap on versus with a cap off, would that affect the evaporation rates?
It would affect it if the cap's on versus off, yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
It would evaporate
Oh, no. Stop.
in higher temperatures, right? Higher heat, higher temperature.
Correct.
All right, so if we're in something that's being stored outside or in 32-degree weather, that wouldn't evaporate nearly as quickly as something that might be in room temperature.
Assuming the same other storage conditions, correct.
Yeah. And can you, with your GCMS,
I get the
tell
rainbow
if the
pack.
gas that was in the can was the same gasoline that was on the sweatpants, or it's just gasoline is gasoline?
I can just tell it's gasoline in both.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Ms. Seiderbean?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Jury, any questions of him? Okay.
Oh my God, mark this in your calendar. He said thank you and I appreciate you. Now, he was a dick through the entire thing, but maybe like a kindergartner, we should really praise good behavior and ignore bad. So congratulations on using your manners, sir. You are almost a kindergartner.
We'll retrieve those.
Oh, no, the only thing I remember from Spanish is oddly helpful if I want to be a telemarketer, but it's Hola, lo siento, pero la línea está ocupada, which means, hi, I'm sorry, the line is busy. That's the only thing I remember. Nothing important like where is the bathroom, although I do know El Baño, and I think the potty dance is universal. But I'm going to tell you that Spanish and learning languages wasn't for Mo. And thank you so much, Slinky. I do appreciate it. Like I said, you guys just hanging out with me is incredibly important, but I do need to learn to grift because I am hoping to get to Jeff levels just one day.
No objection from the lawyers. Can you please describe how a sample is extracted from a piece of cloth?
Ooh, that is a good question.
So the way the extraction of the ignitable liquid residue is done from cloth or whatever sample is inside of a bag or a paint can is in 2007, what we would do is we would put that bag or the paint can into an oven, heat it up to typically 80 or 85 degrees Celsius, leave it in there for 30 to 60 minutes until everything is quite hot. And then I would have a hypodermic needle that had activated charcoal and cotton inside of it. And I would hook that up to a vacuum line. And when I took that sample out of the oven, I would then put the hypodermic needle into that sample and it would suck out all of the atmosphere, all of the air around that sample. And any of the ignitable liquid residue would absorb to the active charcoal in that tube. And then I take that charcoal and I elute it with a solvent that strips off all of those ignitable liquid residues into a solvent that then gets injected to the GC.
Okay, juror, I'll admit I don't necessarily understand this question. It's beyond my science ability, but I'm going to ask you it anyway. You'll probably understand. For GLMS analysis, are compounds molecular makeup, i.e. parent and fragment molecules, specific to one compound and identified by matching to the reference sample?
I'll do my best to answer that. So what happens is when a sample goes through the gas chromatograph to the mass spectrometer and it goes through an electron beam and breaks apart into different fragments, those fragments are typical of that particular compound, but also to other compounds that are similar in structure. And so you can have some mass spectra that are mostly similar to each other, but there can be small differences even between compounds that are fairly closely related to each other. So some compounds.
So, y'all, I usually write down the jury questions and I just put down science crap for that one. I'm gonna be honest, it was like parent, child, orphan, string theory, quantum mechanics. I don't understand it. So now I will say that the judge, poor thing, she was like, I'm a lawyer. We avoid STEM.
You can get, that is the only compound that you would expect that mass spectrum to have, and others can share pretty similar mass spectra. I hope I answered the question that was asked.
Okay. And what was the date that you performed the testing?
January 11 and January 12 are the dates that I had the evidence in my possession of 2007.
So then the question is, and we're all.
So this is in Van Buren County in Michigan. I think they sent it to the state crime lab, and the state crime lab can detect, flammable liquids, but they can't sort of do the more intense breakdowns. I do think that the defense had an expert that does do the advanced sort of scienceology, and I don't think there's a petrochemical industry in Michigan, but I could be wrong. I don't live there.
All 11 items tested the same day?
Yes, they were.
And how long did you have the samples before you tested?
I received them, they were dropped off to the lab on January 11, and I actually started testing that very same day.
And then you continued to the next day?
And I was done with my analysis by the 12th, so the instrument, the GC, would have run overnight, and then I would have interpreted the data in the morning.
Counsel, any questions in light of those questions and answers?
I just had one.
Okay.
That I don't understand. When you had the compounds you said that could test similarly, then is that where then you run the further testing then to differentiate them?
No, we typically don't need to further differentiate individual compounds. It's often done by patterns of these types of compounds and not just individual compounds, particularly for gas.
That's when you use the charts and you use the comparisons then to be able to distinguish those?
Yes, if I'm looking to identify one particular compound, such as acetone, then I would look at just that one compound and compare that to a reference.
Sir, I only have one question. Would you be able to detect the level of skinny and sweet versus rat poison in my boss's coffee, asking for a girl who's working 9 to 5? Also, if you haven't seen 9 to 5, it's a great movie, although Dolly Parton looks oddly older than she does currently. Look, the afro was bad, Dolly. Look, usually I'm on your side, Dolly, but no.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Mueller?
I'm a little confused. The way you package these items once you receive them, you with me? You package them, right?
I didn't package.
Okay. The way they are packaged, can they evaporate within a day or two? You get a lot of evaporation or no?
No, the reason why nylon bags and paint cans are suitable for fire debris samples is because they don't allow evaporation.
Okay. So we can assume that in the 4 days, given that they were in paint cans, in the 4 days from the 7th to the 11th, that we wouldn't have much, if any, evaporation. Fair?
If they were properly sealed, then I wouldn't expect any.
Thank you.
Ms. Ida, anything else?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Jury, any other questions? No questions. Is he excused from his subpoena,
I would ask
counsel?
that you please be excused from this meeting.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're all done.
Thank you.
And I'll take that exhibit from you. I think the binder is your own, right? What was that binder admitted to?
That's fine. That's all. That is his binder. He just submitted his, first we get a copy of, and then does the court want me to answer the physical evidence?
Yes, please.
So I'll have our detective answer the physical evidence.
You're all done. Thank you. Jury will obviously recess for the evening. Remember my obnoxious
Alrighty.
rules, but
So we are going into day 4. We are, let's see, good, a little bit behind, but not really considering they have mostly the state seal with the Mises going. So let me switch over to this tablet. Let's see what law and crime is saying, because this is interesting. So we've got, is that her daughter watching what is being said on chat about her mom? Why does she have her cell phone in the courtroom? Why are we having reading rainbow today, Junior? So it looks like law and crime is having the same reaction to these damn lawyers like we are. And good morning. Look, I'm just gonna call you Axel, or I'm just call you muted, because I'm gonna be real fair with you. It's a total me thing, but I graduated before No Child Left Behind, and I don't know how to say your first name, and I don't want to commit a hate crime. So we are calling you muted. I still love you. I just don't want to mess up your name. And I know I'm liable to.
anything else, Mr. Mueller, or anyone, before we bring in the jury?
Nothing on the people's side, Your Honor.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll bring in the jury.
Holy crap, it's a Christmas miracle. They had nothing to bitch about. Turn you up to 1.25. We might go 1.5 today. Might get a little spicy dicey. That being said, this judge should fire Law and Crime for getting this nose shot. Like, every time the jury comes in, it is a nose shot. She really should, I mean, I would sue. That being said, I'm a little vainer than I thought I was, so you learn about yourself. Nope. Trying to keep you away from the trash can in the closet, as you will. Oh, ma'am, stop jibber jabbering.
Detective Tom Basiowski to the stand, please.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. Please have a seat. And once you're settled in, give us your full name and spell the last. It's generally easier to move the microphone than it is the chair. So if you could move that close to your mouth, please, so jury can hear you.
Tom Basiowski, M-A-C-Y-A-U-S-K-I.
Thank you. Ms. Idemine?
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, what is your current occupation?
I'm retired.
And what did you do before you retired?
I was a deputy sheriff for Van Buren County,
And how many years were you a deputy sheriff?
29 years here.
And were you a detective at some point as well?
Yes.
When did you become a detective?
I believe the first time was 2007 in narcotics.
And so on January 7th of 2007, were you a detective at that time?
Yeah, I may have misspoken. It was in the 90s that I was a narcotics detective. In 2007, I would have been a criminal investigation detective.
And did you become involved in an investigation involving the death of Tom Stermer at that time on January 7th of '07?
Yes, I did.
And how did you become involved?
I was notified, I believe through dispatch, that there was a fire that occurred out, I believe, on 215, and that there was a subject there at the scene that was deceased, and was asked to go to the scene there.
Do you recall approximately around what time you arrived on scene?
I want to say it was around 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Do you recall approximately what time then the fire had occurred?
I do not remember exactly what time or remember when the fire occurred.
So once you were dispatched, did you then proceed to the scene on County Road 215?
Yes, I did.
And what did you observe when you arrived?
When I got there, I could see from the roadway that there was a lot of fire equipment in the form of fire trucks and such down a long driveway that I believe traveled west off of 215. There was a deputy or reservist at the front of the driveway restricting entrance into there.
So was the driveway actually then taped off? Or
It
were
would have
they
been
just-
something like that, taped off, or certainly access would have been restricted by the officer that was there.
Then did you walk down the driveway?
I believe, that part I'm not sure whether I parked alongside the shoulder of the driveway or whether I stayed out on the street, but I did walk the majority of the driveway back to the house.
Any of the fire vehicles or emergency vehicles or law enforcement vehicles, were any of them stuck in that driveway?
No.
And did you see a fence at all on the property?
It appeared that there was a fence going around the property. I can't say the exact, how much of the acreage was covered by fence, but when you first came in, there was a fence.
And could you see the home at that point enough to then recall what it looked like?
Yes,
And what did the home look like?
it was a two-story home.
Thank you so very much, Snert. I just put the foot bath away because, look, I'm not going to put gross feet pics up, but my feet are incredibly swollen. They're in toaster mode today, and what toaster mode today is for Mo is basically they're so swollen it's hard to put them flat, if that makes any sense. But thank you so very much. That is going directly to Dollywood. Now I'm going to upgrade. I'm going to get my dolly wig before I go. So thank you so incredibly much. That is an incredibly generous super chat. And I will write that down and hopefully I get my tags in today. So thank you so very much, Snert. It is so greatly appreciated. All of the super chats, the likes, the subs, the support. When my mother-in-law passed, you guys are just awesome. So thank you guys so much. You're making this channel grow and helping my dream grow. It is awesome to see that and to grow with you guys, and then to help people that, you know, watch my streams. Not that I'm a role model or nothing, but, you know, maybe inspired to start their own streams. You know, hopefully I can support other people growing. I am so excited to see people that are giving YouTube a chance. It is, you know, amazingly fun for me and a lot of enjoyment. So the pond can always get bigger. We can always make a bigger pie. So jump on in if you want to try it. If you need any advice, if you okay, moral support, not technical advice. Look, I will hook you up with more technical people, but if you need moral support, I am here. If you're trying to start a channel and you need some advice, like I said, don't ask me about tech though. That's a no-go. I would ask anybody but me. This man has been hitting the little Debbie since retirement. And look, I get it. Look, you don't have to get in a uniform no more. You get to eat a bunch of Mikes and Nikes. But, sir, as a person who has been heavier, you know, I mean, just think about just taking small little steps. Now, as I say this with my big old diet pop, look, I am nobody's role model. But sometimes if you go down the snack aisle and you imagine that Dr. Now is behind you saying like, that not protein, that a carb, the foot, you know, the scale don't lie. So if you just imagine Dr. Now as you're walking down the snack aisle, you will say no to a lot of things. Does the foot bath help at all? Yes, it does. So let me see if I can pull up on Amazon without showing all my bits and bobs, which one I got to share with you guys, since I have shouted it out quite a bit. And where did it go? Do you know where you're going to? Not exactly. As ever, I don't know. Where am I going to? All right, here we are. This is the foot bath that I got here, all in big in this. I will say that it is incredibly helpful. It has it goes up to 170 degree or 17 degrees, which can be a problem if you have nerve damage. If your feet are sensitive or not sensitive enough to really tell if you're getting a burn, then I would be careful with it. It also has bubbles. There are textured rollers on the bottom. Now, there are step ups from this that actually have massage in them. I simply got it a lot for that. It maintains its heat. So I will say it maintains its heat for a long time. I have found it's incredible. I put a lot of Epsom salts in mine and it seems to be working fine. It is loud when it's bubbling. It does sound like, you're basically, have a hot tub in your house. You might be able to sous vide stuff in it, I think. But that being said, that is the one I got. You don't have to get purple, but it really is helpful. And I don't say this as a person that thinks that people can't be healthy when they're fluffier. I definitely think that every body has a different size that they're going to be healthy, and not all of us are going to be a size 4. Someone has, some of us have birthen hips, even dudes. So I just say that because I know how incredibly uncomfortable I was heavier, and I don't want anyone to feel that discomfort. And he seems like, he's just retired and happy. Dude, if you are happy, if you are having a beer and smoking a cigarette and are happy, you have probably seen craptastic stuff. You know what, sir? Never mind. You have you a little Debbie. You have probably seen the worst shit that any human has ever seen as a detective and in narcotics. So, sir, never mind. Rewind. Retract my last statement. You go eat them little Debbie, sir.
It was still, when I got there was some remnants of being on fire still. Fire crews were still actively working the fire, but it was definitely a 2-story residence. If I recall, it was yellow siding on it.
And at that point, did you know what the terrain was with the basement?
At that time, no, not till later.
And once you arrived, did you make contact with anyone from the sheriff's department?
I did.
Who did you make contact with?
Would have been Deputy Verge Franks.
And were you briefed then about the facts that they were aware of at that time?
Yes, he informed me of one being deceased, stating, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, I'm just getting a basis for then what his investigation and what was leading him then to then make further investigation. So I'm not offering it for the truth of the matter, just in terms of investigative, the basis of what his knowledge was.
I'll allow it for that purpose.
Thank you. So you were
She'll
briefed
allow
then
it.
with Sergeant Franks. Did you also meet with Deputy Evans at that time?
I did.
And do you recall who else was on scene in terms of lay people?
I had been informed that there were neighbors that were on the scene. Mike Matheny, I believe, and his girlfriend at the time, Connie Calhoun.
Did you see them?
I did.
And where were they at?
At the time, they were in a personal vehicle on the property towards the front of the house.
Did you see the defendant?
No, not at that time.
Did you see her at any time then when you were on the property?
I don't believe I did.
Okay. And did you then make contact with any of the witnesses on scene after your initial briefing?
Yes,
Who did you make contact with?
I made contact with Mike Matheny and Connie Calhoun.
And you spoke to both of them?
I did.
At some point, did you become aware that Todd had been moved from the original location where Deputy Evans found him?
I was informed by Deputy Evans that they had moved Todd Stermer from where he was located at originally to a location further away from the house.
Were you shown where the body was positioned when he was found?
Sorry?
Were you shown by law enforcement where the body was originally found?
Yes.
At that time, were there flags marking that area?
I don't recall.
And did you find any evidence that assisted you in determining that that was in fact the location he was found?
Observation-wise, I did see that there was pooling water or fluid that was stained red at that location. There was also some, I would call it medical waste from people at the ambulance working on Todd Stermer. I believe it may have been rubber gloves or some tubing or things like that.
Did you have an opportunity to view Mr. Todd Stermer while you were on scene?
I did.
And can you describe to the jury then what you viewed and saw?
Okay, so Slinky, this brings me to a very scientific question. What booze would we put with which Little Debbie? So for, let's say, a Twinkie, would you go Kahlua? Or would you go Deserono White Velvet? Because that's like a chocolatey kind of thing. Ooh, white chocolate liqueur. Okay, now what for the Star Crunch? I think the Star Crunch could stand up to rum because it's got chocolate. So I think a rum caramel Star Crunch. Ooh, Twinkie would be Parrot Bay. Okay, so what would we put in the cream pie? And I know we're going to clip that, so giggity. But what booze would we put in that? Would we make a White Russian or a Ooh, I don't know. That being said, I will think about it. Little Debbie, contact me. Adult beverage, snack cakes, I think could be the next big thing. I am not responsible for any children conceived after having alcoholic Little Debbies. That's my only rule. Like, I will be the inventress. I will breed sponsorships. I will advertise the hell out of them, but I'm taking no responsibility for any children conceived by the Little Debbies. Look, booze will get you. Every time, okay?
He was laying on the ground, had several items of clothing placed over him because of the inclement weather at the time. To me, it appeared like he had been burnt. I don't know what his hair looked like before, but it looked like his hair had been mostly burnt. When the medical examiner turned him over onto his side, I could see a large 3 to 4 inch laceration to the back of his skull. His clothing was disheveled. His sweatpants were done around his ankles. He was in stocking feet, just socks on that I saw. Basically, that was it. You could tell his upper chest area had been exposed, but mostly had been covered up with, from what I later learned, items of clothing that had been placed on him to keep him warm by the Matheny's.
And at the time, was he laying on the ground or was he laying on something else?
That I don't recall. He may have been on a backboard, if I can remember correctly.
Speculating. He testified he doesn't remember now, he's saying he may have been.
Fair point.
I'll allow it.
Oh, well, never mind. She'll allow it.
Did you observe any, did you smell anything at that point?
I smell an odor of accelerant gasoline.
How close were you to the body then when you smelled that?
Within, I'd say 6 to 8 inches. That was right there.
Did you remove anything from Todd's body for processing? You talked about all the items.
Yes, I took the items that were covering his body, jackets, shirts, sweatshirts. There was I believe, a blanket and a couple of sheets that we determined belonged to the ambulance crew. The clothing items were placed into a brand new, I would call it a garbage bag, for lack of a better term. I took them off and placed them in the bag, which Tony Evans then took possession of. The sweatpants that he was wearing were taken at that time by the fire marshal and taken into evidence by him.
And do you recall what happened? Were there any items that were left on the body then to go in the body bag?
I believe his socks were still on.
Those are my
There was a
jam.
shirt and underwear, which I remember from the autopsy had been taken out of the body bag.
And then all the other items were packaged separately?
That's correct.
And through your conversations with Mr. Matheny, were you able to determine items that belonged to him?
Yes, Mr. Matheny identified the items that he had placed on Todd Stermer at the time that he had.
So here's what I think that the defense is going to find a lot of issues with. Now, first of all, they took multiple items and put them in the same bag. Now, especially if you are trying to determine and you have already talked to Mr. Matheny, you are going to want to locate and separate his clothing that he put on top of Todd. You're going to want to separate the clothing that Todd had on. It's kind of like they just took all the clothes. It's like when your kids are told to clean their room, and what they end up doing is bringing all the clothes that they've thrown on the floor down to you to do laundry. So I do think that the defense is really going to have an issue with this. I do think that the state would have a better time with him if he was allowed to review his report and maybe refresh himself. He is giving the testimony that he remembers, but I think it could have been more polished had she had him review his report and, you know, get more familiarized and kind of get it back into that mindset, because he seems like he's kind of winging it, if you ask me.
Had come to that scene.
And that included the items then that went in the clean garbage bag?
That's correct.
Leading and hearsay.
What was the same as the leading?
What items did you put in the garbage bag?
I can remember a few items. I can't remember from that far back every item.
Yes.
But I know that there was a sweatshirt.
Not getting rum and raspberry, you know, zingers. Not leaving early to go to Walmart, swear y'all.
There was a jacket that was like a Carhartt coat or similar to that. There was, I want to say, another shirt or something of that nature, but a couple of jackets or coats that I can remember. I'd have to look and see what I put in the report, state item for item.
Would it help refresh your memory if I showed you your report?
Sure.
That is a tiny little thing of water for that big old man. Can and will do tonight. I'm picking up ice. Ooh. Okay, you know what? I do like this look. This is better than the look before. It combines some of the softness and a more cleaned up grandmotherly or matronly look. It's still contemporary. It's still, you know, it's still modern, but it's softer. The structured jacket made her look much more professional. I think this look is a very soft look. It's a beige, it's a neutral, so it's not going to draw attention. And I think that she looks very nice here. Now, that being said, she did kind of run into her husband, whether by accident or by reality, so it swings and roundabouts. But I do think that she looks better today. I think that this optically is a much softer look. It's a less professional look, and I think it hits the mark if you want the jury to place themselves in an overwhelmed, you know, regular, normal person. They are trying to portray her as, you know, Sally every woman, and she is in this terrible, horrible situation, and she can't do anything. With the jacket, with the you know, structuredness of yesterday, she looked like a much more professional, put together, colder person. Hair tutorials for spring and summer. You know, I will say fresher look, lighter colors, adding, you know, golden or more ash tones if you're going to be outside. If you're trying to save money and you know that your hair naturally gets lighter in the summer, you can always just do highlights. And honestly, you guys, the frosting cap that Walmart has works well if you want more of an all-over color. Do remember to get toner if you're going to do this at home, especially if you have darker hair and you are trying to lift several layers. You are going to get brass orange. So, you know, really be mindful of, you know, purple shampoo, that kind of tonery stuff. And if all else fails, go to Sally's Beauty Shop. They basically will not send you wrong. You will end up spending more money in there than you ever want to tell Mr. Mo. But, you know, things happen. I have to look beautiful for stream. But yeah, that's what I would recommend. I mean, I will probably add some more blonde highlights to my hair if I don't go get it professionally done and get purple highlights put in. That being said, I am leaning more towards the purple highlights, if I'm real honest with you. She did use some deep conditioner. Now, I will say with hers, the only thing I really don't like about my hair, and she does seem to have like a crap ton of hair like I do, is it's very heavy at the bottom. I would have had them taper and do long layers, so it just framed her face more because right now it just blocks it. It comes and is very blocky. That being said, it's much better than the alternative. And again, the state's lady attorney is dressed like Annie Hall for some reason. She really likes Diane Keaton.
Once you get a chance to refresh your memory, if you could just turn those over, and then I'll ask you again.
Hey, it looks comfy. I'm not gonna lie, I'm looking at a jacket like that now. I'm like, hey, that looks comfy AF. Like all the comfiness. I am here for it.
Did that help refresh your memory?
Yes.
And I'll just ask you, what items then did you take and put into the clean garbage bag?
Okay, it would have been a maroon-colored jacket, a tan-colored Carhartt-style coat, a black and white plaid long-sleeve shirt, and a brown hoodie-type sweatshirt.
Do you recall the location of the shirt that you said went into the body, where that was located on Todd's body?
I don't.
Oh, for the love of Lemmy. Come on now.
Hold on to for any further I turned them over to Deputy Evans to place an evidence hold on to for any further processing that may be needed.
And then did you do anything with the items that were left on the body?
No, I did not, that I recall.
And did you view Sergeant Leroy then take possession of, I believe you said the sweatpants?
I did.
And who was Scott Leroy on scene at that time? What was his title?
State Police District Fire Marshal.
After you observed Todd and the condition of his body, were you able to walk around the scene?
I was.
And what did you observe as you were walking around the scene?
Where the house was at when you first pulled up, the long driveway comes out and it's like an open area in front of the house. And then I can't attest a lot memory-wise the east side of the house, but the west side of the house does seem to slope downward. That would be honestly the northwest side. It's like an embankment that goes down around to the back of the house. The house appeared to have at one point had a balcony, but there was a cement slab on the back, like a walkout from the basement. It's difficult to say how it looked up above in the front because there was, like I said, so many emergency vehicles and stuff there. But basically nothing as you're going down the northwest side of the house. It was pretty blanketed. I believe there was a fence along the west end covering the back of the house back there. I observed a brown van that was parked behind the house on the northwest side, and the vehicle was running. I've been told by Deputy Evans that the vehicle was in that location when he arrived and that it was running at that time.
And it was still running then when you looked at it?
That is correct.
How did you know it was running?
It was cold out, you could see the exhaust and you could hear it running.
Did you observe on the north side of the home, and because I'm directionally challenged, I'm going to say when you're looking at the front of the house to the right, did you observe if there was any pathways in that yard?
I can't remember that there was necessarily a pathway. I do remember where Deputy Evans showed me where the body of Todd Stermer originally was, and
Tanya, I swear to goodness, every time I see Ermindale, I think, oh my God, the meme girl. Like, I got goosebumps, oh my God. That being said, I will have to check that out. Tammy Bogard, I am going to try to catch up with Lori Vallow. I will tell you that we might have to do a, post-trial watch of Lori Vallow. After this trial ends up, I will be hopping on with Baker to kind of help man and do shenanigans for the Karen Reed. I might be doing Lori Vallow in the evening, but we are going to be way behind because I'll probably do 2-hour blocks, but that's probably how I'm going to do the Lori Vallow trial. I am also on Friday going to be getting the Sarah Boone family court stuff, so I will be wading through that and then putting out little videos and streams about that stuff. But I do want to be cautious, or conscience. I want to be self-aware of my time. I do still have 6 kids, a mountain of laundry, and a house that is, well, constantly making me lose my mind. So I will be trying to cover the Lori Vallow trial. I will be trying to get Sarah Boone stuff out, but it might be on Petty Express time, if that answers your question. So I will probably go through the Lori Vallow stuff. I know that they have picked a jury and things start, I believe, on the 7th. So if they have any updates or hearings, we might do that one night. Or we might look at that on Sunday. I am just worrying about this trial and looking forward to Karen Reed and trying to get my head wrapped around the entirety of Karen Reed. There is so much lore there. It's worse than Dune and, that kind of thing.
you could see where the van was located, kind of like a trail going from there, from where the body was at, down to where the van was at.
From the front yard driveway to where the body was there any improved trail or driveway leading to the body?
No, there was nothing that I saw that looked like a regular driveway that went down back behind the house.
I'm sorry, what was that?
There was no appearance that I could see of a driveway that went from the front of the house, down the side of the house, which would be the north side, around to the west or back of the house.
What was the terrain or the makeup of the side yard there?
Near as I can remember, it was kind of like grass and dirt.
And thank you so much. Oh my goodness. I know Baker is so good at this. How is he so good at this? I have no idea. Thank you. Why is my brain? Thank you for the buy me a coffee. I think that was Squab Bob. I am sorry. I will get better at this one of these days. Baker is better at But I know someone got me a buy me a coffee, so thank you. My brain is stuck on stupid today. These lawyers have broken me. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. If you sent me a buy me a coffee, I will get better at this. I promise. I know between Sarah Boone, Karen Reed, what the hells, I will be very genuine with you guys. This has been a hard winter because all of this stuff is happening, and while my brain is like, I can do it, my body is like, screw you, heifer. So it has been a lesson in patience, and things will happen in the time that they need to. Both things I am not comfortable with. And I do have Lego Dingus, and as soon as my room is fixed, we are having a 5,000 member stream Dingus build. There will be cursing, there will be adult beverages, there will probably be tears because I am not a mechanically inclined person, but we will get the Dingus Lego done. So look out for that. Mr. Mo is doing his best to get the room done. So that is what we will do. And my next Lego thing, I have two things I want to get. I want to get the Rivendell set, which is way expensive and redonkulous. And they have this Galaxy set that has like all these nebulas and stuff. And it looks like a light bright and you can get light up. Okay, we have tangented enough. Anywho, I'm just saying there are some Lego things I want.
For the most part.
Did you see a shed on the property?
I don't recall.
And I want to talk to you about a little more about those tire impressions that you looked at. You said that you were able to see the direction of the tire tracks from the body to the backyard,
Yes,
and you were able to see those clearly?
yes,
And do they appear to just be one continuous motion?
yes.
And was it clear that the tire tracks you were looking at from the body to the back of the house, was it clear that those were not made by emergency vehicles or fire trucks?
Yeah, that would be
Leading
speculation.
to, so I'll sustain.
Were you able to determine
Yeah, he wouldn't be able to determine whether a fire truck made that or not unless he was actually there. So that is in fact speculation. Same. My husband is terrified of me. I was like, honey, I'm not going to crime you because I would get caught. You always get caught. And I don't have the ability to remain silent. So I'm not going to do nothing to you. He didn't find that comforting, oddly. I was like, no, I wouldn't unalive you. I'd get caught. And I don't look good in orange. Again, things that he didn't find super comforting, but I found, ironclad. I just don't look good in orange. Not going to crime.
tracks that were made by emergency vehicles and by fire trucks?
I'm going to say no. The upper area in front of the house was a mishmash of vehicles everywhere. The only way place that I could see anything definite was from that location where I was shown Todd Stermer to originally have been laying to where the van was parked. There was only one set of tracks that you could make out that were going from that location to the back of that van.
To the back of the van?
I saw no other crisscross traffic or anything like that. It was just one clear set of tracks.
And at that time, were there flags placed?
There was.
And where were the flags placed?
I believe they were placed on the on the outer side of the tire tracks, and there may have been flags placed where Deputy Evans had stated Todd Stermer was at when he had located him.
Did you examine the tire tracks to see if there was any evidence of a vehicle being stuck?
I did not notice any. In looking at somebody who gets stuck in a track, there's going to be a lot of spinning and.
And I figured it out. It was Squab Bob. So thank you, Squab Bob, for buying 5 shenanigans passes on Buy Me a Coffee. You can do 5 shenanigans. And let's see. We have been married for almost, let's see, if oldest feral son is 12 this year. We have been together for nearly 14 years. So he's stuck with me. I'm stuck with him. And even when I go overboard dramatical because he sent me a design idea with paneling, I still love him because I don't want to date ever again. Y'all, honestly, honest to God, hand up to Jeebus, I have told Mr. Mo, I have looked him dead in the eyes and been like, I don't like you, but I'm going to stay married to you because I'm never dating again. Now, he probably has the same thing, but he just doesn't say it because he doesn't have diarrhea of the mouth. And he's nicer than me.
Dirt or mud or whatever flying up from that, there will be a rut. I saw no ruts. I saw no dirt flung about or anything like that. I just saw the 2 tire track trails going to the vehicle.
And did you take some photos while you were on scene?
I may have.
I want to just talk to you a little bit about that van. You saw that it was running and it was the exhaust, correct?
Yes, I walked around the van while it was there.
And did you take note of the license plate and the VIN number?
Yes, at the time I was there, I did record the VIN number and the license plate from the van.
Were you able to determine then from those two things who owned the van?
I believe it was registered to Todd Stermer.
Did you see what was in the van at that time?
I made brief observations. I did not go inside the van, but I could see through the windows.
What did you see then through the windows?
I saw that the key was in the ignition and the vehicle was running. I believe I saw a black purse laying on the floorboards of the passenger side. Looking in, the van was kind of in disarray. There's a lot of stuff in there. Not making particularly any note of anything other than seeing a person there and the keys in the ignition running.
Did you notice anything unusual about the exterior of the van?
Yes, when I walked around the van, in the front of the van, there is a plastic skirt that goes under the bumper. And then there's above that is a chrome bumper on the driver's side.
Okay, Alex asked in ChatGPT, in the US, the murder clearance rate, meaning the cases where an arrest is made or the case is otherwise closed, but varies by year and is generally around 50 to 60%. Yeah, to be fair, except, so here's where my mind goes, and I'm fully Dale Gribble. I don't know if other people go this way, but here's my thought pattern. Now, my mom did 23andMe because she was dead set that I have Cherokee in me. Now, unless my particular Cherokee tribe was somewhere in Scandinavia with the Swiss Miss, I don't know. But my mother did sell her DNA to 23andMe. Now, the problem with it is if, you know, I do a crime now, the government and 23andMe has now gone bankrupt. So now all of China, Elon Musk, and I'm sure the lizard people know my DNA by my mother. And I just, look, I can't. I swear to goodness, Elizabeth Warren probably has more Peruvian blood than I do. If there was one person with a tan in my background, do you think I would look like this? Do you think if I had one person that looked like Halle Berry in my background, I would I am clear. On, you know, cloudy nights, they ask me to wear a crop top and I go spin around on a, you know, coast in Maine. I'm so glow in the dark. Daggone. Anywho, I say all that to say that they would have, you know, related DNA on me and I just won't crime. Look, I have seen Gattaca. That man left one damn eyebrow and they about caught him. So just no, do not crime. That being said, my mom did find out we have more Ashkenazi Jewish heritage than we do Indian blood in us. And I do mean Indian as in Native American. I know we're not supposed to say Indian anymore. Look, Lord, I don't know what we're supposed to say. We went from prostitute to sex worker, which I don't know about you, but I'd rather be called a prostitute than a sex worker. Not that I've been either one. I'm just saying if I had to choose between which I would put on my LinkedIn account. So, there you go. That being said, that's all I'm going to say about that. I feel like Forrest Gump. That's all I'm going to say about that. Life is like a box of chocolates. Welcome to Mo just... I will level with you guys. It is raining here. It is yucky here. So both legs have decided it is not their day. That being said, I will attempt to stay on track a little bit more.
There was red staining on the plastic skirting, and then above that there was a little bit of red staining on the bumper, on the driver's side of the vehicle.
What was done with that van?
At that time, it was, I believe it went from raining to snowing, and at that point, it had been determined that the van was going to be needed for further processing, so a wrecker company was called, and the vehicle was loaded onto a flatbed type wrecker and was transported to, I believe, Decatur Towing, and had been placed inside their facility there at Decatur Towing until such time that a search warrant could be obtained to go through the inside of the vehicle and further analysis on the outside.
At some point then, you had said that there were people that were blocking the driveway when you came in.
Yes, there was a deputy at the front of the entrance there.
Was the scene secured then throughout the evening?
To my knowledge, somebody was there until the scene was released.
Which would have been when?
I do not remember.
Were you present then when the van was examined at Decatur Towing?
I was.
And did you take pictures of the van?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit number 29. And there are 13 photos with exhibit number 29. If you could just take a look at these photos and tell me if you recognize them.
Wait, Hooters is going family friendly? What is it going to be? Tits and Tots? I mean, okay, that's the name I would give it. Denise Sells, we have not yet been told how this is actually a homicide. Now, I do think that the marks and the fact that he was runned over might have given them a little clue, but I hate to put it that crassly, but I mean, you have a guy, you have blood on the front of the van, and you have track marks. I mean, it doesn't take the Hardy Boys, Nancy Drew, and Nancy Grace when she is summoned from the depths of hell. It doesn't take Ursula to come down here. Hooters was going out of business, and it's now being repurchased by its founders at pennies on the dollar. Oh. I could make a joke about that. Did they pay by the cup size? Hooters is now going to be itty bitties. That's all they can pay. Pennies for itty bitty committee people. Oh, for the love of Cheetos. Sir, it's not the Zapruder film. Let's go.
Recognized or altered in any way?
Yes,
And why do you recognize those?
they appear to be photos that I took.
Changed or altered in any way?
Not that I recall, no.
Your Honor, the people would move to admit People's Exhibit number 29 into evidence at this time.
No objection, Your Honor.
Court will receive Exhibit 29.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Thank you.
Hooters, this is what you do. Or Tits and Tots. I don't know, Nips and Kids. Boobs and Boys. Boobs for all ages. Chesticles for everyone. Boob world.
I'm going to show you 29-1. Could you describe to the jury what we're looking at here?
That is the Ford van that I saw out at the Stermer residence, parked out back behind on the northwest side of the home. The photo that I took was of the front left side of the van.
Oh my God, y'all. It could be like, so I know and I don't want to pick on Utah, but I know in LDS areas, there is like a shroud or a partition that they put in restaurants between drinking and non-drinking. Now, this is what I've heard on YouTube, so I could be desperately wrong, and I'm not in the LDS faith or church, so I don't know this, but I have heard that there are partitions for, drinking so that the sinners won't mix with the good people, I guess. So yeah, we could have a, like, I still like tit for tat. Nips for all. It's a bit nipply out here. Oh my God,
Picking
no. You know what they need to do? They need to get Chevy Chase to redo his scene in National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. Because if he does, it's a bit nipply, it's a bit of breasty outside. I would, look, bring Hooters back. If Chevy Chase does a redo of that scene, I will buy all the hot wings. Even though I have a pair of boobs at home, I will go see a pair of boobs. Make it happen. I have fixed your. Everyone should hire me as their idea person. I'm an idea expertologist. I have no idea how to implement them. That's for like managing people. I simply come up with ideas. Buy me as a consultant, Hooters. Chesticles for the besticles.
the red stain on that plastic skirting and depicting the tires on the vehicle.
I'm going to go then to picture number 2 of this exhibit. Can you describe what we're looking at here?
That would be the red stain that I saw on the driver's side front of the vehicle, that plastic skirting.
Advancing to then number 3, can you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
That is a photo of a red staining to the front driver's side tire, I believe.
I'm going to advance then to number 4. What are we looking at here?
Number 4 would be the undercarriage, I believe driver's side. You can see parts of the suspension spring and such, and there was, difficult to say, but red staining there as well.
Is that what you were taking a picture of, is the red
Yes.
staining? And I'm going to advance then to number 5. Let me stop you real quick. Are you then starting at the front of the van, going back when you're taking these pictures?
Yes.
And what are we looking at here in picture number 5?
Okay, on this one, it is red staining from underneath the vehicle, but I would have to look back at my notes to see exactly what I'm depicting. It is traveling backwards in sequence, but exactly what piece that is, I cannot remember.
It's on the underbody of the
Yes,
van
it would be the underside of the vehicle.
as you're walking back then from the front.
That is correct.
I'm going to advance then to slide number 6. What are we looking at here?
Again, undercarriage suspension on the driver's side. You can kind of depict the right front tire there, and what would I guess next is like a running board from the underside inside, going a long way back.
So,
I said on the side there, you can see the running board next to the tire. So it's kind of taking a picture to the outside of the vehicle from underneath.
so if I were then looking at the red staining, where is the running board that you're talking about?
Go down, there.
So this is what you're talking about?
Yes,
the
that's
running
just
board.
part of it is part of the running board, but the actual photo isn't depicting the red stain.
And so the actual photo, the reason you took the photo is because of this staining that I'm pointing at here in the photo?
Correct,
Kind of in the middle of the photograph?
correct.
Okay, and I'm going to advance then to number 7. What are we looking at here?
That's the driver's side rear axle and rear tire. You can kind of see the spare tire mounted underneath to the left, but that is the driver's side rear axle area in the red stain.
And you said we're looking at the rear tire. This is the
Rear
extra
tire
spare
mounted
tire?
underneath, yep,
So maybe if the record reflect, I'm pointing to like the left side of the picture in the middle, right in that area?
yes,
And you were taking it because of the staining?
yes.
I'm going to advance then to photo number 8. What are we looking at here?
Photo number 8 is a picture of the red tire, or excuse me, the rear tire on the vehicle. Appears to have some kind of staining on the back of that.
And that's the tire that we just had in the previous photo?
Yes, that's the spare tire, I believe, mounted underneath the van.
I'm going to advance then to photo number 9. What are we looking at here?
Number 9 is a picture, again, that's a running board that you're looking at the bottom section there.
So I'm going to stop you real quick. The running board that
Right,
you
yeah, if you go
referenced
down just a little bit, there, that's the running board, yep.
Okay.
Again, that's pretty much, I can't tell you exactly why, there may be a red stain there, slightly above center.
So if I'm in the center, are you
Keep going,
talking
right
about-
there, yep.
And that's kind of where you're focusing that on this photo?
Okay, people that understand carology, where is the positraction? Where does that go? Are we seeing any positractions? I don't know. It kind of reminds me of contractions. Was it something I do know about? I don't know about positraction.
Right.
And may the record reflect I'm directly in the middle of photograph number 9. I'm going to advance then to photograph number 10. What are we looking at here?
Again, the undercarriage of the vehicle in red stain. I want to say that's like part of the suspension bolt that holds the suspension in, but it's underneath the vehicle on the driver's side, and it's red staining.
I'm going to advance then to number 11. And what are we looking at here?
Then I'm not an automotive person, but there is this metal box underneath the vehicle, and in the right lower corner there was red staining there as well.
So you're talking about this box here.
Damn, Chucky, that was the only car defense I knew, other than Daryl Brooks when your mama calls with a recall that has nothing to do with what you're arguing about. Those are the only 2 defenses by car I know. So, damn. Damn. No pause traction defense. Can't say if the pause traction doesn't fit, you must acquit.
Here.
That box there and to the right there, yes.
And we're looking at then the staining right there on that corner.
Yes.
And I'm going to advance to our last photo on number 12. What are we looking at here?
That's a photograph that indicates the right passenger side of the vehicle on the front. Captain's chair with a black purse on the floorboard there.
And actually, I lied to you. There are 13 photos. And what are we looking at here?
That's a photo from the front passenger side over to the driver's side, depicting the key in the ignition and basically how it looked from that center console area.
Did you go through the interior of the van, those contents?
I did.
And did you go through the purse that was located on the passenger side?
I did.
And what did you find in the purse?
Inside the purse, lots of various items, but there was a wallet. There was ID for, I believe, Linda Stermer, and I believe cash-wise there was $202.
So there's $202 in cash in there?
I believe so.
Did you get an opportunity to see what was behind the front seat row?
I did look throughout the van, and between the passenger and driver's seat, I found I call it a portfolio, but it's like an envelope, a big envelope that you put things in. As I recall, it had a wallet in there, or I think it was a leather wallet of some kind. The back of the van was filled with multiple boxes of gloves, which I later understood was a side business that Mr. Stermer and Mrs. Stermer were involved in. I think was selling of gloves to hardware stores, things like that, but there was a lot of packages of gloves back there.
Was the van pretty full in the back?
Yes, yes.
And did you?
What are you going to do with a 1,000 billion army surplus gloves? Like, I understand going to like swap meets and things like that and selling them, but by the time you add up the gas, your time, the amount you sell per gloves, does it make any money? And I'm not trying to be a smartass. Look, if it's your dream to have a surplus store, I don't understand business, so I don't know how you would calculate all that, but it would seem like it wouldn't make sense unless you had a steady contract with, you know, a store so you could kind of rely on a steady flow of income. That being said, I'm not a businessologist, so take no financial advice from me. I would invest in Sailor Moon figurines, so, you know.
Attend the autopsy on January 8th of 2007?
I did.
And that was with Dr. Markey?
I'm sorry?
Was that with Dr. Markey?
Yes.
At that time, did you take possession of any of the clothing that came in the body bag?
I did.
Do you recall what items you took possession of?
I took possession of 2 socks, a shirt, a pair of underwear, and I believe they also issued me what we would refer to as a DNA card, a sample of DNA from the deceased, and that would have been turned over to me as well.
And what did you do then with those items?
They were transported back to the Van Buren County Sheriff's Office, and I believe at some point were turned over to the fire marshal, as well as I believe
That is a negative Knight Rider. That will not happen. I saw the most terrifying thing when I was picking up the young ferals. There were children running out, and they had these shiny plastic bags with brand new recorders in them. And I was like, no, no, we will not be doing this in this household.
The DNA card was turned over to the crime lab for comparison analysis to samples that they had taken that same day of the search warrant of the van.
Were you the one that packaged up those items?
I don't recall, they were placed in, I call them evidence cans, they look like paint cans, but they're silver, unused, and each item was placed into one of those paint cans, for lack of a better term, evidence can, and by the Dr. Markey and staff, and then recorded and handed over to me. And they were sealed at that location as well.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as Eagles Exhibit number 25. And do you recognize that?
Yes, there's more labels on it than what I remember, but the label I do remember is of the autopsy lab number, which is a small sticker on here, A071024, Todd Stermer, content socks. That I do remember, and would be what they handed me that day at the autopsy.
So these are what you're referring to as containers?
Yes,
Containers of
like
paint
paint
cans?
cans, yes ma'am.
When you were, I apologize, I forgot to ask you this question. When you were underneath the van taking pictures, the Michigan State Police Crime Lab was there as well, correct?
Yes.
Did you see any evidence? I'm gonna stop. You talked about the looking at the treads on the ground to see if there was any evidence of somebody being stuck. Did you see any evidence of the van being stuck when you were underneath the van taking pictures?
Objection to call him to speculate what he would see underneath a van to see if it was stuck a day before in whatever terrain.
I'll overrule it, I don't think it's speculation.
In observing the van out there, I did not see, both at the scene and at the search warrant, did not see what you would consider big clumps of dirt and mud stuck all over the van where it would appear that it was stuck or had been, if you've ever been stuck, rocking the vehicle back and forth, moving it back and forth, and getting large amounts of matter stuck up in it. There was, the tires at the time I'd seen them were wet and did have dirt on them, but it's more like muddy water than it would be clumps of soil, if that makes any sense, observation-wise.
At some point in your investigation, did you become aware that the defendant went to the marathon station in Lawrence?
Yes,
And what did you do upon receiving that information?
I went to the Village Marathon in Lawrence. I did meet with the owner, Sue Oppold, who, and I requested from her, knowing that they did have video at that location, did request videotapes, VHS.
Well, it looks like we are in for some epic storms tonight in our or in my locality, so Indiana. So if you are in the paths of the storms tonight, be careful, keep an eye out. I love Ryan Hall, y'all. Max Velocity, I think, does a really good job on weather. And your local weather stations, I'm sure, will keep you informed. But do keep your eye out for, weather warnings, things like that, because they will be coming, if you are in the path of these storms. I'm not a, doctorologist of weather. So, go to your favorite person. Don't listen to me. But do have, some candles ready, know where a lighter is, that kind of thing. because I hear the wind just a howling. So, also, can I rant just a little bit? Why are boys so gross? So every time I go use the restroom, I try to spray, and clean and wipe things down. Now, I try to wipe things down daily. How is the toilet so gross? You have aimers. I don't understand. How can you not aim with an aimer? It makes no sense. Make it make sense. How are the boys worse than the girls? How?
But from that location, which was their type of surveillance at the time, and also for the tape register, for the purchases that may have occurred at that time. And she did supply those to me.
Were you able to then review the VHS tapes?
I did.
And did you see anything of any evidentiary value on those tapes?
I did not.
And why is that?
The time frame established to where Ms. Stermer had been at the marathon, you could see transactions before that, but at the time frame, or shortly before that time frame, it stopped showing video of actions at the store and just went to what I call snow, like, when the TV show's off the air, it just went blank, so to speak, and that was the end of it. I did take them to the sheriff's department in Kalamazoo County, where they have, back at that time, video analysis, where they would look at things, and had them look at the videotapes as well, and there was nothing there that they could recover or get from those videotapes.
There was just nothing in that time frame that you needed or
No,
could find?
there was not.
And you said you were able then to collect tape of some sort?
The register tape from the transactions of that day, and what was purchased and what time and things like that.
So Charlene T, the boys and the girls kind of share because they all like taking showers. They don't like taking baths, and we have kind of Jack and Jill bathrooms that are back to back, and one has a like tub and one has a shower that's bigger, and they all like the bigger shower, especially the boys who don't want to bathe at all. They seem to really enjoy just standing out in front of the shower. And since the boys are gross, I usually clean because I actually clean. To be fair, my boys have trained me. I would rather avoid the, 3 hours of fussing at them to clean, to stop arguing, to stop whining, to just clean, to make sure they pick things up. And then for them to do a 10% of a half-assed job. Look, y'all, I'd rather clean it myself. I'm not going to lie. I have bad training. I'd just rather do it than have the, 3 hour long, just parole warden kind of person where I'm back fussing at them. I'd rather just do it myself.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 30-1 and 30-2. I'll start out with 30-1. Do you recognize this item?
Yeah, this appears to be the cash register tape roll from the Lawrence Marathon that I received from the owner.
And that's, I'm sorry, go ahead.
That was back on 2/1 of 2007.
And that's when you received it?
That's correct. I believe it's what.
Look, my girls leave there was makeup on the counter. I try to do a quick, I call it a 10-second tidy, but basically it's more like a couple minutes. I'm trying to, realize that I may have, good days or bad days, but I always can do, a couple minutes of tidying somewhere. That being said, public restrooms are gross because people are gross. I don't know why. I don't know. We need a mom squad with some flip flops. And if people try to come out of there without washing their feet, their hands, or if they make a mess, that mom just stands there with the chunkla and she's like, go wash your hands and don't you leave a mess. We need that. I'm just saying.
When I received
2/1 of '07.
February, well, that's what I have dated here from Sue Apple to Detective Sergeant Maciowski, 2/1 of 2007.
And has it been altered or changed in any way?
It appears to look like the same tape. It's been some time, but yes.
And those are your initials on the outside of the packaging?
That is, I would say initials, and
Or your name or signature?
it is my name printed on the chain of custody on the first receiving of it.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as 30-2. Do you recognize this item?
Okay, I have my favorite Tammy's Cuz, but oh my gosh, the 10-second tidy, the chick from the couch, she was always so flexible. I was always embarrassed. I was like, why isn't it going? I'm a ding dong.
Yes, it's a copy of the receipt that was determined to be on the roll that was here in this package from the Lawrence Marathon for the transaction that occurred using what would be Todd Stermer's MasterCard on the date of 1/7/2007.
Your Honor, this time I'd move to admit People's Exhibit number 30, including both -30-1 and 30-2 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Court will receive 31 and 32.
And just so the record is clear, there are 2 exhibit stickers, one dated of 2007 and one dated for today on the packaging.
Okay.
Once you got that tape, you were able to then go through that tape?
Yes,
And did you determine then the relevant transaction or what may be of interest to you at that time?
I believe so, yes.
And that's where then the copy was made of the individual receipt?
That's correct.
Once you then collected that tape, you took the pictures of the van, and you examined the scene, can you tell the jury then what your involvement was other than those items?
After doing that part of the investigation, it would have been then follow-up to any information that we may have come into contact with, follow-up interviews with people, basically information that came in either through evidence or through people we would have followed up on and assigned people to do just that, interviews or collect items, keep in touch with the prosecutor's office and for their input and proceeding with the case.
So if you received tips,
We received, through interviews, people would provide information, and then from that information, we would follow up and see where that would lead as well.
as part of your follow-up, did you interview Cynthia DeLoach?
I did.
And who was she?
Cynthia DeLoach was a clerk at the Lawrence Marathon at the time that those items had been, that were seen on that receipt using the credit card of Todd Stermer. She was the clerk that was working that day when those items were purchased.
You interviewed Chris Williams?
I did.
Did you interview Trevor Stermer,
I believe I did.
Trenton Stermer?
I believe I did.
Interviewed Dardita Gordon?
I believe I did as well.
And where did you interview Dardita Gordon at?
It would have been at the Van Buren County Jail.
So she was incarcerated at that time?
I believe she was.
Can you describe the demeanor of Dardita Gordon at the time you interviewed her?
I use the word guarded, but it could be kind of, she was willing to speak with me, but she was kind of nervous at the same time.
And did you share details of the scene, the investigation, and any evidence that you had with Dardita prior to your interview?
I'll overrule that, I'll allow it.
It's difficult to say, it had been so long ago, as far as report-wise, as to what I did and did not say to her at that point, other than informing her that I had heard she had heard something within the jail in regards to Ms. Stermer, or Mrs. Stermer, and asked her to tell me what she had heard.
And at that time, you were a trained detective, correct?
Yes?
And as part of your interviewing training, would you have told somebody pertinent details before they actually told you what you were talking to them about?
We don't give specific facts that we have. If per se it's something that we know and we want to find out if that person actually did know it, they'd have the same information. So we probably really would not give them exact information that we knew for fact. We would wait to see if they verified that fact.
And then once they verify that
Makes
fact, then you may
sense.
ask additional questions.
Correct.
I have no further questions for this finish, Your Honor.
Mr. Mueller?
Oh, Lord. Good night, nurse. He's all discombobulated. Can't use his pad.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Let me start out by asking you a little bit about the information you learned on the scene, okay?
Yes, sir.
At first, as I understand it, you learned your information from Detective Evans, Officer Evans,
My first contact, I believe, at the scene was with Sergeant Franks,
Franks,
who directed me to Deputy
Evans.
Evans. I'm sorry.
Okay. And then you learned from Deputy Evans where he thought Todd Stermer had initially been, is that right?
He took me to where he had found him at, yes.
All right, where Deputy Evans found Todd Stermer.
That's what he told me.
Are you aware that Deputy Evans did not arrive on the scene until after Todd Stermer was moved from his initial position to his final position?
Your Honor, facts not in evidence.
It's already been testified to.
It's misconstruing the testimony, Your Honor.
Your
It's
Honor,
not facts and evidence.
jury has notes.
I'll allow you to rephrase
Spicy.
it to consistent with what's in evidence.
You're not aware, are you, of whether Deputy Evans came to the scene after Todd Stermer was moved?
My recollection is that when I spoke to Deputy Evans, he had told me that this location where he showed me was where Todd Stermer was at, and that he and others had moved him. He as well had moved him from that area, was my recollection.
Do you have any photographs to show us that?
No, I do not.
Did you put that in your report?
I-
Exactly where Todd Stermer had been?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look back at it. I may have made mention of where I was shown by Deputy Evans, but I'm not sure.
But you can't help us, as we sit here today, pinpoint where Todd Stermer may have originally been. Is that fair?
I was not there when he was moved, no.
Now let's talk about your van inspection. That happened the day before, correct?
I'm sorry,
I mean, the day after the incident?
are you referring to the search warrant?
Yes.
Okay.
Van inspect, hold
That
on.
was, I'm sorry,
The van inspection, we'll call it that?
I call it the search warrant of the van if it was, while it was inside the towing agency.
Fair enough. You had gotten a search warrant, am I right?
Again, I'm not sure. It's been some time. I know that I did, the day after being called to that scene, I was present the following day at a autopsy for Todd Stermer. The day after that was the search warrant at the towing company. As to did I author the search warrant, I do not remember.
When you were the officer in charge of this case, am I right?
I was a case officer. In that respect, I had superiors as well. And certainly the initial evening of the incident, Lieutenant Brian Stump was in charge of the scene.
But somebody eventually is assigned as officer in charge of the case.
Yes,
Would that have been you?
I would say so, yes.
Okay, so you're the one who's in charge of marshaling all the evidence, am I right?
Again, other people can be handed off and be made responsible for items and things like that, under the direction that I give them, or I myself, for certain pieces of items of evidence, may be responsible for those as well.
I don't want to confuse us, but typically somebody has to be in charge of the case. Can't have 20 people all running willy-nilly doing their thing.
Yes, that's true.
So you're kind of the quarterback of that case, correct?
I guess that'd be a way of putting it.
And you were the quarterback of this case, correct?
Okay,
Yes?
sure.
Okay. So you attend a van inspection, a search warrant inspection on January 9.
That is true.
Right. A search warrant is issued when there's suspected to be a crime, correct?
Yeah, we don't have consent for the search of that van. We must take and articulate reasons why we want to search that van.
Okay, so when you saw blood on the front bumper or the skirt, you said, of that van, you thought something's odd here, right?
Yes,
And so you suspected there might
Like
be a crime, right?
everyone?
certainly warranting investigation.
Okay, and that's what drove the search warrant for the van,
Yes,
right? Now, you went to the garage, correct?
yes, if
And-
you're referring to the tow company.
Decatur Tow Company?
Yep,
It was inside, right?
yes.
So it's room temperature, right?
I cannot tell you if it was it was just out of the elements, I know that.
Inside, were you wearing a winter coat?
I do not remember what I was wearing that day.
Typically, if it's inside and it's roughly about room temperature, roughly about 70 degrees, right?
Again, I cannot remember what the temperature was in that room at that time.
You would certainly expect that tires, after being inside for 2 days, would not have snow, and that would account for the tires being wet.
It was
and
dry.
dirty.
It was definitely dry, yes.
Okay. Now, this vehicle is a 1993 Ford Econoline van, correct?
Okay. I say that because I know it's a Ford van, I know it's brown, I don't remember the year without looking at a report.
You have your van inspection report, don't you, or no?
I have nothing up here.
Let me see if I can refresh your memory.
He does seem like he needs a request or refresh.
May I approach, Your Honor?
I don't mean to appear offstandish, it's been that long, I don't remember.
18 years, right?
Yes, so it's, appreciate the
Yep.
help.
Happy to give. On the first page, it says, it should be noted that the vehicle is a 1990.
I'm not going to object, it's not the proper way of recollection, or of refreshing someone's memory.
I'll ask you to take a look at the vehicle.
Sir, let me make rule. Okay,
I'm sorry.
Objection sustained.
Good. I'll ask you to take a look at where it says vehicle on page 1, on the bottom.
No, not Nickelback. Look at this photograph. Every time I do it makes me crap. No. Nickelback annoys me. I don't know why. I'm sure there's a reason, just like there's a reason that Kevin Spacey annoys me. But I don't want to dig into the deep psychology of it, so let's hear this asshat talked down to everyone. Lord, this man.
Yes, sir.
Are you with me?
I am.
This is
It's making me want to smack my
It's a
head.
1993 Ford Econoline van, full size.
full-size van. You recall it was a rear-wheel drive van.
I believe it was.
Right. Rear-wheel drive van, full-size, roughly about 4,500 pounds, if you understand what vans weigh.
You got me on that one on weights and measures of vehicles, but it's a full-size van.
What you would expect weighs over 2 tons, don't you think?
I honestly, I couldn't tell you what my own vehicle weighed, but it's a full-size big van.
And do you recall the condition of the rear tires?
Rear tires that were on the vehicle? I mean, as opposed to the spare back there, or I'm not
That's
sure which?
correct.
You mean the ones that are actually on the vehicle?
There are 4 tires.
Yes.
On the vehicle.
Yes.
I'm asking you about the 2
Are you
rear
sure?
tires on the vehicle, not the spare. Do you recall the condition of those tires?
I believe I did make note of that. I do not recall, but I did make note of the condition of those tires and the types of each tire.
Happy to refresh your memory if you look at page 3 of your report at the top paragraph. Let me know when you're there.
Yes, I've read that top section.
What was the condition of the rear tires?
They were worn.
Worn rear tires on a rear-wheel drive van that is 14 years old at that time?
okay, I didn't do the math on it, but the two tires to the front were definitely newer condition, notable than the ones to the back.
You did note the type of tires that were on the vehicle, correct?
I did.
Can you tell us what tires were on the vehicle?
If you,
I'll direct you to page 2, at
okay,
the bottom.
thank you. Okay, if it's permissible.
Clark, the Isher's full. Get this man in a bathrobe, one of those Canadian hats. Look, I know they have a real name. I know they're not called Canada hats, but that's what they, you know, with the little flappy things. And this man, if this man doesn't do that for Halloween, he is missing a golden opportunity.
Permissible, I will read that the front driver's side tire was identified as a Uniroyal tire paw, noted as a P235/75R15. The rear driver's side tire was identified as a Dunlop radial rover, noted as a P235/75R15. Number 3, the front passenger tire was identified as a National 400 XT, noted as a PR235/75R15. And the last rear tire was identified, or that being the rear passenger side tire, was identified as a Dunlop radial rover, noted as P235/75R15. So that both rear tires on that van were of the same make and model, both being Dunlop radial rovers, and the front tires were of two different types of brand.
So for 4 wheels, we have 3 different kinds of tires, am I right?
That is correct.
In looking at what was marked as Exhibit 29, do you have those pictures up?
I only have this report that you've given me up here.
Yeah, approach your honor. I'll give you those photos.
Thank you, sir.
And I'm also going to give you photos that we have marked as Exhibit E 1 to 4. And ask if my photos match up as part of your photos, and they should.
Into the grave wide open, out in the sky so blue. What in the chaos demon? This man is chaotic neutral. He's chaotic good. I know him. Look, I may be a chaos demon myself. We try to do good, but we just can't have pals that are neat. We are chaotic. And Robert James said, "Hi, Mo is the lawyer there, Mr. Clean. I emailed you a photo and forgot to attach it, so you will get 2 of them. Awesome possum sauce." Sir, you are confundating me.
In observing the photos from the People's Exhibit and the photos that you handed me just now, noting that it has kind of part of my name on them, they can be the same photo. They appear to have been enlarged, and by development or whatever, the colors are not exactly the same as what I'm seeing in each picture, but I can say that they reflect the same imagery. And I don't have this one. I'm not sure what, it could have been a label on the outside of the vehicle, I'm guessing, but,
That was from the door, if that was part of
okay.
it.
I could have taken that picture.
Is the counsel testifying where that came from? This witness has no recollection of where that picture is from.
Let me set this up, if I may.
Prosecutor?
Okay, set.
Photos, I assume you're
I'm
moving
going to move to
them.
their mission just 1 second, including
Okay,
that last one.
prosecutor, have you seen them?
I don't know what he's looking at, Your Honor, and I believe he's testifying.
Your Honor, I
see
don't
what he's
know.
shown him.
I already told you it's Exhibit E, but you have one.
John, no, I will try to. Sir, you are being what is called redonkulous. Yes, Look, just come over on the other side. Thor is like, I am confused. You've changed the way you sit. I don't know how to get up on your lap and annoy you. If you can hear in the background, that is not a white noise machine. That is actually the wind. Gonna actually check because we do have some big trees. So, just making sure. Ooh. Yeah, it is hecka windy outside, so do be careful. And thank you, truck drivers that, drive in these windy conditions and still get us all of our tchotchkes to Walmart at the same time. So thank you so much, all the truck drivers who are driving in this horrible weather. And how I actually think I might have heard a tree go down, but not in my property.
Prosecutor, you do or don't have them?
We do have them in digital form, Your Honor.
Okay.
I wasn't sure what he was showing them at this time.
No photographs? 4 photographs. You also have them in book form. I gave them to you.
Okay. So you know what he's showing?
No,
That's what-
yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
You'd have taken a picture of the vehicle information on the vehicle, right?
I would say that's highly likely.
So these 4 photographs that I'm showing you represent the vehicle that you inspected on January 9. Fair?
That's fair?
Yeah, move for the admission of Exhibit E.1 to 4.
It's cumulative, Your Honor, and I don't think he has recognized these particular pictures as pictures he took. I believe counsel said you searched and you took pictures, but we haven't identified that he recognizes these pictures. I feel he's already testified that he doesn't recognize the sticker, so I do have an objection at this time.
Well, Your Honor, photographs for admissibility just have to represent fairly and accurately what was being represented in the photograph, and those include the vehicle that he inspected.
I agree. He doesn't have to be the one to have taken those photos, but I do have concern about the one. I don't know that you've laid a foundation for this one
What are
with the
you-
tab on it. Yeah, maybe question
Let me
him
just
some
ask
more.
you, on that vehicle, would that comport with the vehicle you were expecting? You can look at the vehicle information.
Thor's like, I am the captain
It
now.
still doesn't meet the foundation, but that's what he saw on the van.
How can I help you, sir? No, allow me to move. How can I comfort you, sir?
Your report would include a VIN number, wouldn't it?
That's what I'm searching for right now in this report that you gave me, to see if I had recorded the VIN number in the report.
Thor is like, you love me. You all love me. You want me. Does he need more readers? Is this what's going on here?
Let's look at page 1 where it says vehicle.
I'm reading right now that section, sir. And the VIN number that I recorded on my report does match the VIN number placed on this image that you handed to me. So it is the same VIN number
Move for
that I
the-
could testify to.
Move for the admission of Exhibit E.1 to 4.
Right, Irene?
No objection now. I believe that the proper foundation has been laid.
Okay, we'll receive. What'd you say, E1 through 4, Mr. Mueller?
He is a
What'd you title
foundational
those?
expert.
E1 through 4?
E.1 to 4.
1 to 4,
Yes.
okay, so we'll admit those.
I'll show you, sir. I just want to show you. You already saw that photograph, right?
Yes,
Counsel showed you. Prosecutor showed you.
I can't hear you.
Prosecutor showed you that photograph. Remember, you talked about it?
Yes, I
All right.
believe I have it in front of me.
That's the photograph you took of the front end, correct?
It appears to be.
Well, it matches one of your photos, doesn't it?
True. My statement in why I'm referring is that the MSP also is out there taking pictures at the same time. This being one of my photos, if it's so, it is so that it's mine.
It shows the blood on the front skirt, correct, in the front,
I
Yes.
was sold with the
Identified
color
it as a red
too.
stain at the time.
red stain. Do you see any red stains on the left fender?
On the fender?
Yes.
No, I can't say that I do.
Yeah. If there had been stains on the left fender, you would have noted that, wouldn't you?
If I saw them, yes.
I'm trying to see them.
Did you have a tape measure at all?
Yes, Heather May, this happened 18 years ago. They are not supposed to remember things. Most witnesses tend to at least go over their reports. Now, she did get a retrial because of lack of effective counsel and several obstacles with experts. I will be going over that particular motion. Now, I will warn you that the habeas motion that Linda filed is about 200 pages long, so I need to read that and try to get that into some sort of digestible kind of 20-minute video, and I have not even started reading it. But the long story short that I did get from Jedi Jess was lack of effective counsel and some issues with experts. Stop it, dingbat. Seriously. So that's why she got a retrial. Now, I will be going over that, but I don't know that she couldn't say lack of effective counsel at this point too. But they are doing, they are objecting and everything else. So as much as I joke about lack of effective counsel, they are asking questions. They are doing things that help. Sir, you are a vain butthole, but you're also a cat, so I kind of expect it.
While I was there,
Yes.
not certain that I did or didn't.
Okay. You can't help us with how far off the ground that lower skirt is,
No, I can't.
other than maybe knowing the radius of the tires?
The type and tire that, yeah, I've recorded that.
Sir,
Basically, the lower skirt comes about halfway up that tire, right?
It appears that way in the image.
you are welcome. That's part of my job.
Remember the
Along
temperature?
with shenanigans,
Well,
I
you
try to
arrived at
keep
5
track
p.m.,
of
you remember
stuff.
that, at the scene?
I did arrive around that time.
And it was light rain and snow at the time, you remember that?
I believe when I first got there, there was rain, it turned to snow, yes.
You said there was a mishmash of fire trucks and EMT vehicles in that front area, correct?
In the front, would have been the east side of the house.
Sir,
There were a lot of
I am
emergency
petting you.
vehicles there,
Stop
yes.
it.
A lot.
Well, I mean, compared to never, I guess there may have been 2 or 3. There was certainly an ambulance. There was more than one fire truck there. I can't attest to other police vehicles without some kind of imagery, but it seemed very busy.
All fighting fire or treating Todd Stermer.
I would presume so. I saw the firemen working fire, but I don't know what the emergency personnel were doing.
You don't know what tire tracks were in the front area of the house, front northeast corner of the house at 3:30 p.m., fair?
No.
Seeing that you got there at 5.
Right.
And there's a mishmash of fire trucks right in that area.
In the front of the house, yeah.
And you
Okay,
did
sir,
not
you have
take
given me all your cat
the
hair. I love you very
1993 Ford
much. You
Econoline
need a
van
brush.
and do any testing to determine what type of, with 4 tires, in muddy conditions, what type of traction it might get, fair? You didn't do any of that.
I didn't do any tests of it, no.
You didn't take an exemplar. You know what an exemplar is?
No, I don't.
A similar van, 1993, and try to run any tests to see what kind of traction it might have, fair?
No, I did not.
So as you sit here, you have no evidence for us that can rule out that given the tire condition, given the weather conditions, the terrain, that Linda Stermer might have lost traction. You can't rule that out, can you?
This is actually the first time that I think the defense has honed in on a point and actually made it. Now, it took him about 10 minutes to get there, but he did actually make the point. And this is doing I think this is a good point that he is making. And the problem is that he has been so abrasive. He has been so butt monkeyish. Would you stop messing with stuff, cat? That, the jury might be turned off to him. So even though he is making these points, even though he is pointing out that they didn't do a lot of testing and things like that, he has still been so aggressive and so irritating and, just grating that I wonder if the jury is just tuning him out.
I saw no evidence of anybody getting stuck, but I mean, as far as loss of traction, I'm not sure I follow what you mean.
Loss of traction to where Linda Stermer might go in another direction than where she intended to at first. You have no evidence for us.
At this point, I would prefer that he just ask questions of the detective.
This is cross-examination. I can ask a leading question.
It is, leading's okay, but it does call for
Right.
speculation.
You'd be speculating to say, one way or another, whether there's any evidence that Linda Stermer had lost traction, right?
In fairness, what location are we talking about? Up above in front of the house?
Correct.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Okay. That'd be pure speculation. Fair?
I cannot even speculate. I don't know what happened up there on the top section, or the northeast section on top where the driveway was. I don't know.
And in terms of what you learned, you did not see Linda Stermer, correct?
Don't believe I did, no.
But you heard of people and talked to people who had seen Linda Stermer, correct?
Yes, I did.
And described the situation and the chaos?
In the interviews that I conducted out there was from the time those people arrived on scene, what they saw, what they did, and that was referred to me, yes.
And you learned about the chaos that was going on?
From their perspective, yes.
And what their observations of Linda Stermer, how she was behaving, you learned that, correct?
I would have to it's been a long time, refer to a report that said I don't remember what they portrayed Linda Stermer as being at that time.
If she was described as hysterical, that would be consistent.
We just asked and answered, he doesn't know, and now we're continuing then to put words in the witness's mouth.
It's a leading question, and I can explore his memory.
He's already asked and answered. Your Honor.
I'll allow one more time.
Thank you. If she was described as hysterical, sir, that would be consistent with somebody who had been fleeing a fire
This is
for her life.
speculation.
Sustain at this point, please move on, Mr. Miller.
We've moved into hypothetical land. Again,
You said there was some fuel.
if this man was not an only child or a baby of a family, I will eat my socks, or the only boy, because I swear he has this ingrained sense of, it's like my youngest, most feral. I don't know if it's something ingrained into the youngest or just certain kiddos, but he knows the line and he crosses just over it more and more each time until you snap him back. Yes, Heather May, he is a defense attorney. I have found the defense in this case to be utterly grating in a completely different way than the Stacey Rodriguez defense was, just grating. They've been confrontational and meandering and very flippant. Now, again, I am a fan of the petty. This is the Petty Express. I am the conductress of petty, but I am also not a lawyer trying a murder case in which a man died a horrible death. Regardless of whatever Todd was in life, he didn't deserve to die burnt up and run over, whatever the circumstances may be. And I think that the defense has been utterly flippant of that baseline fact. I think that, the defense can be aggressive, can be vigorous, but they also need to respect the fact that someone lost their life. And they've been sarcastic and flippant in a way that, and I know it's hypocritical, I don't have stones to throw, but I'm also not a lawyer. I also don't cross the line and make fun of the victim. I also don't, there are certain things that I won't make fun of. So while I understand, I am also in a different position. I am not a lawyer. If I were a lawyer, I'd be keeping my mouth shut. Now my face would still be contempt of court. I have my favorites. I wanted to too. That's why I ended a little early, also because I needed to make sure that the boys actually stood under the water, used soap, and got clean. I don't know why that's such a thing. You would think you'd want to be clean. You think you'd get itchy and you'd smell yourself. But
Fuel
no.
smell, a fuel type smell you smelled?
Yes.
And that's after you got there and you said you came 6 to 8 inches from Todd Stermer?
Yeah, I believe I knelt down there, looking at him, in the position he was on at that time.
Okay, where did you look? He's close to 6 feet tall. Were you looking at his chest, 6 to 8 inches? Were you looking at his face, 6 to 8 inches? Where?
Recollection-wise, I would have observed him as close as I could, within reasonableness, and along from the head of him to the toe of him, kind of looked him over.
So you would have gotten, he's on the ground, right?
Yes, he is.
You would have gotten on your knees?
Yes, I would have.
And you would have gotten between about 6 to 8 inches from his whole body?
When you put it this close, maybe this would be better.
What would be better, 18 to 24
12
inches?
inches, 12 inches. I mean, I didn't climb on top of him by any means, but I did get close enough where I could smell, for lack of a better term, and not being able to positively identify the fuel, I would call it an accelerant, if you would, or a gassy smell.
You can distinguish gas from anything else?
Again, to sit here and say I can tell gasoline from kerosene or any other kind of fuel, whether it's diesel or not, I would have difficulty.
Okay, am I the only weirdo that kind of likes the smell of gasoline? Now, my mom made me Twitter pated, and I'm always really, really concerned about it because she told me, now I think this was an urgent legend on, I think she saw it on Facebook, but she said that people who like the smell of gasoline also can be attracted to, some law tuber nose powder, allegedly. Apparently they smell about the same. Again, I haven't been exposed to the, law tube powder, but, my life is young. I don't think I'm going to do that. I'm going to RSVP no to that, to be honest.
In pinpointing beyond saying fuel.
Okay, we'll just call it fuel because I don't want you to speculate and narrow it if you can't, okay?
I can't,
No
but-
speculation.
You got there, you're smelling this, and the clothes are still on him, correct?
Yes.
And the clothes are covering his private area and around his groin?
This would have still been in the time that clothing items were being removed
But you were
from
there.
him, from the standpoint of when I first made contact to the point of removing clothes, the smell of fuel was there.
Okay. Now, if you wanted to know, what did Todd Stermer smell like when the first people arrived before you got there, you with me? Mm-hmm. Yes?
Before I got there,
If you wanted to know what he smelled like, would it be reasonable to ask the people who were first there whether they smelled any fuel? That sound reasonable?
I don't know that I asked that question.
Didn't ask you that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Does it sound reasonable to you?
Sure.
To, if you wanted to know what he smelled like first, you'd ask the people who were there before you?
Sure.
Now, the clothing you took, and the people who were there before you, Mr. Matheny, correct?
Yes?
Ms. Calhoun, correct?
Yes.
And did you see a Dr. Richard Masali?
No, I don't remember seeing Dr. Masali.
Do you know who he was?
I believe he's a dentist that
He is a
lives
dentist.
nearby, and I think he has a practice in Decatur.
Okay.
I don't know him per se, I wouldn't know him on site.
You just don't remember him being there when you were there?
I don't remember seeing him or speaking with him right at that moment, no.
If the testimony is that he was one of the first three people there, Mr. Matheny, Ms. Calhoun, and Dr. Masali, it'd be smart to ask them what they smelled, if you wanted to know what he smelled like. Sound reasonable?
I see what you're saying, I look at it, I guess I'm going from a standpoint, I know what he smelled like, so I didn't ask other people what they smelled when they got there.
I just asked, would it be reasonable to ask those three?
I guess so.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the clothing. You said you put the clothes that you saw on Todd in a bag.
The items that were pointed out to me that Mr., I'll make myself clear here. The items that Mr. Matheny said he had identified and told me he had placed on there, I took those items off of Mr. Stermer and put them in a bag with Deputy Evans. I believe the sheets, which I think there were two, and a blanket that were provided by it was determined that they were provided by the ambulance, were returned to the ambulance by Detective Lieutenant Stone, as I recall.
The clothes you put, you said you described it as a garbage bag.
Yes.
All right, so you put all those clothes, there could be evidence in this case, you understand?
Yes, I did.
All right, and you put all those clothes in one bag, is that right?
I did.
Are you an evidence technician?
I am.
Do you know the policy back then in 2007 of how you're supposed to separate evidence?
I believe I do. I guess my reasoning at the time was that those items had been placed on there by Mr. Matheny and weren't the original items he was coming out of the house in. So those items were placed by Mr. Matheny, and my way of thinking at that time was that they could all be together for analysis.
Even though they were potentially evidence,
Okay, yes,
right?
yes.
And typically evidence, if you're gonna have separate items, should be bagged separately, correct?
Again, I explained my reasoning for why they weren't, but
They should be bagged separately, at least according
if
to.
you say so. I don't recall, not to be argumentative, I went with my train of reasoning at that time.
Understand your reason.
Oh, he's so sweet. Dick Lawyer, stop it. He's just saying, look, he had a thought and it might have been wrong. It could have not been, for procedure, but it's been 18 years. Sir, don't be a dick to this man. He's being all nice. This is my problem with the defense. I can understand being dickish if you're given dickish energy. I am a firm believer, in matching energy. The problem with this is that they start off aggressive, and this guy's like a big old teddy bear. I mean, I don't understand why we are being so hateful to this man. He is retired. He is, leaving his little Debbies alone to come over here and talk to you, and you are being a butthole. I don't get it. He has not said anything snarky to you. Match energies. That is the big problem with this defense. If they would start out personable and only get argumentative, then it would make an impact when they do, because you would really be able to say, hey, it seems like the state's trying to do something. But because their base level is dick, it doesn't make an impact when the state is trying to slide something in, or the state isn't being, completely honest, or, shading the truth. Because there are constant dickishness, it never makes a blip when they actually are more dickish.
Reasoning, but the policy would be, by the Van Buren County Sheriff's Office, would be to bag items of potential evidence separately, fair?
I could not tell you the policy of the Sheriff's Department as far as evidence collection.
Okay, because you didn't know it.
I don't remember it.
Now, you mentioned speaking to Ms. Deloach,
Yes,
Cynthia Deloach, the attendant at the gas station?
Yes, I do.
When you spoke to Mr. Matheny and Ms. Calhoun, it was on the scene, January 7, 2007, correct?
Yes,
Probably within a couple hours, right, while they're still on the scene,
I think so.
yes?
Yes,
And the reason you did that, because the main purpose of interviewing people right as close to in time as you can is to make sure you get their best memory, fair?
sure,
Because you know memory fades over time,
sure.
especially if there's something that may not even affect you, right?
It can certainly go from person to person.
Okay. You received the receipts on February 1 of 2007, am I right?
February
Those-
7th, 2000, yeah, yes,
Those gas station receipts we saw.
sure.
You did not speak to Cynthia DeLoach for almost 2.5 years. Do you remember that?
That is correct.
June 11, 2009, correct?
Correct.
Then you asked her, what was your memory from January 7, 2007, correct?
Not word specific, but I certainly interviewed her as to that time, yes.
And would you have remembered Linda Stermer from 2.5 years ago, correct?
I'm sorry, could you ask again?
You had the subject matter of, would you have remembered Linda Stermer at this gas station from 2.5 years ago?
Would I, or would she? For me, I guess. I
Poor
would say-
question. Let me rephrase it.
I'm sorry.
I don't mean to fight with you.
No, I don't want to fight either.
No, I'm not.
I want to be clear.
Your subject matter would be, Ms. DeLoach, do you remember Linda Stermer being here on January 7, 2007, almost 2.5 years ago? That would have been general subject matter.
Again, not exact questioning, but certainly would have been the topic.
And you can certainly inspect, she was not in the middle of the fire, as far as you know.
Cindy Deloach?
Yes.
No, she wasn't there that I
Okay,
know.
so she's remote from the incident, correct?
Correct?
And it didn't directly affect her, this fire, correct?
I couldn't say what,
Okay, so 2.5 years later, you might expect that her memory won't be so good. Fair?
Again, I can't speculate as to her memory recollection of things.
But typically, people's memories fade. Yes? Yours has, over 18 years.
Years, certainly I don't remember everything.
You are such a dick. That's it. I'm making an audacity on clearance cut because with lordshipy music, because I am done with these defense attorneys and the state attorneys at some point. Audacity must have been on clearance in Michigan because the audacity is high here.
Which is, again, the main purpose of getting information as soon as you can would be to make sure the memory is fresh. Fair?
Absolutely.
And your reason for not doing it in February of 2007 was because you were busy with other things and you overlooked it, right?
It certainly would have been an overlooking of one of the interviews.
Of a key witness. Where was Linda Stermer the day of the fire?
I would say yes.
Have you ever been a field training officer?
No.
Have you ever trained any officers?
In certain things,
Like what?
I was basically putting a hand-to-hand combat instructor for the department.
Okay.
Other things, I used to teach alcohol, drug driving detection.
But you've been a detective, right?
I was about to say, I used to teach how to drink a bunch of alcohol, to be fair.
Sure.
Would you accept the reason from a rookie detective you might be overseeing, hey, boss, I didn't interview this key witness because I was just too busy?
When you put it in that respect, it assumes that the person knew they were supposed to do it and just didn't do it because they got busy.
Okay.
It doesn't mean that if the person has said, I totally forgot, I was busy doing this, that, I forgot to do this, my reaction may be totally different to them if I was a supervisor.
Well, you were a veteran police officer at the time.
Okay?
You knew Cynthia DeLoach would have been a key witness in this case as to where Linda Stermer was on January 7, correct? Mm-hmm. Yes?
Yes, yes.
And your testimony in a prior hearing was, I overlooked it because I was just too busy.
Your Honor, we're getting into asked and answered. I think he's asked this several times.
Sir? I don't know if I got a direct answer to this question. Would you accept that excuse? I was too busy
Asked
to
and
interview a
answered,
key
Your
Well,
witness.
Mr. Mueller, you've already asked the question, it's been
Thank you.
answered.
Oh, you were aware at least of the evidence storage policies of the Van Buren County Sheriff's Office in 2007, I imagine, right?
I could say so, yes.
Having been a detective,
Okay.
yes?
Yeah, sure.
From February 1 of 2007, when you picked up those tapes that we saw, the cash receipts,
Leave Uncle Eddie
January
alone.
11, the day you interviewed Cynthia DeLoach, those receipts were not in the evidence room of the Van Buren County Sheriff's Office, were they?
No, they were not.
They were in your office, correct?
That is correct.
Is there a policy that allows detectives to keep critical evidence for 2.5 years in their office without putting it in and logging it in storage with the property room?
I could not tell you that specific. I can only tell you why I had those items, but I can't tell you what the specific policy of the Van Buren County Sheriff's Office.
Well, Heather May, there's a different level of competence. So it's the same thing where, yes, if you look at it in a certain light, me calling out the defense attorneys for being sarcastic assholes is a bit of the pot calling the kettle black and hypocritical. But there's a difference in expectations of what this man is supposed to do. This man has the power to basically strip Linda of her freedom. He should be doing everything, correctly. There are already now 2 parts of this that he, as the lead detective, again, he kind of shirked that responsibility. But I think that, again, had the defense started out jovial and kept the same tone, but brought these things out, I think it would have impacted better. But there is a different expectation as far as police officers. Again, they didn't bag things separately. They just threw everything into a trash bag. He had the receipts in his office. There is a reason that chain of custody is so important, because you don't want any of this evidence tampered with. That's why most cases have, 37 people that come in and just say, yes, that's my sticker. I opened the bag. I did my bit. I put the sticker back on and then handed it over to this person. Because the state is trying to take, away Linda's freedom, I think that there is a different level of responsibility for police officers. That being said, I wish this detective is a sweetheart. I wish that the defense attorney wasn't such a dick.
Officers
Because these are good
towards,
points.
Items of evidence. If I'm working a case and I want those items in my possession, I don't think I've ever been told no. Check them in, check them out, check them in, check them out.
You have to log in evidence for chain of custody reasons, don't you?
Yes,
Just so we, being the criminal defendant, the prosecutor, can make sure there's an appropriate chain of custody, right?
that's true.
You've learned that, correct?
Sure.
And Van Buren County Sheriff's Office has that policy, correct?
I don't know.
You
Again, I've been retired for a while, and it's been a while since I remember. For me to say, what do they call it, quote and verse, I couldn't tell you. It is important to take your evidence and put it in an evidence room and log who's got it, when they've got it, if it's in, it's out, as long as you can follow that chain of custody.
In this case, there was no official chain of custody for those 2 receipts, were there?
I'm going to disagree a little bit, only from a standpoint of, I have an evidence bag that they've been placed in, my name is placed on it, and then who I got it from, and then to me. And when I take it from me to somewhere else, then it's logged onto that evidence chain there, which that receipt does have it on the bag, when I put it in evidence, when I had it out of evidence.
And it was 2.5 years later.
In my office, yes.
I want to switch.
Take a morning break at this time?
No problem.
Okay. So jury will take about a 15-minute break, report directly to the jury room. And remember, please don't talk about the case or do any research or watch any news reports.
So I do expect them to hammer more on the fact that, oh no, that's okay, Heather May. That is, again, part of my job. That's what I'm doing here. I try to take notes and, keep, things kind of together and all of that. So if you guys are just passing through, you can kind of get a gist. When people raid through, I try to come back and give them a brief overview. It's just, that's kind of, I've learned from Baker that he's really good at that. And again, as per usual, Baker is doing awesome. His growth has been amazing to watch. I am just so proud of him. So I'm like, he's doing good. How can I be like him?
Before we bring in the jury?
I have none, Your Honor.
Okay, we will bring in the jury.
Bring in the jury.
Still under oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Miller?
Thank you, Your Honor. Just back up a little bit Regarding your vehicle inspection, you told the jury that you found Linda Stermer's purse with $202 in it, correct?
I heard most of it. I found Linda Stermer's
I
purse.
apologize.
Pardon?
I apologize, I didn't speak clearly enough.
No, it's better. Actually, I have hearing issues, but
You found Linda Stermer's wallet, or purse in the car
I did.
with $202 in it.
Yes.
You also found Todd Stermer's wallet in the vehicle, didn't you?
I think I identified it as such, as a wallet, yeah.
This being a rural area, not Detroit, people tend to leave their keys in the car, right?
Your Honor, objection, speculation.
He's lived up here.
He can testify if he leaves his own wallet in the car, but he certainly can't testify what the community
I'll
does. Your
sustain
Honor.
that objection.
Okay.
Counselor Speculation.
The,
Okay, I live in BFE nowhere. Like, to be fair, my HOA is stuck on stupid. They are stuck there just like women that still wear blue eyeshadow. They are stuck. It's not going to happen. But they want security fences. No one comes here. Not one person comes here. Now, to be fair, I do lock my car, but there are days when I don't lock it because there's nothing in it and I don't want people to bust my windows to go through my car. That being said, in rural communities, it is not uncommon that, people are maybe a little bit more lax with security. It's a more high trust society. Again, in every small town, there's going to be areas where you probably might not ought to do that. But by and large, I can, without speculation, tell you that things are a bit more relaxed in the country. That being said, do not go on people's property if you're not invited in the country or rural areas because that is gambling with your life, okay? Do not do it.
the search warrant inspection of the van, you were accompanied, or also there was a Mr. Hayhurst from Michigan State Police, right?
Mr. Who?
Hayhurst?
Could have been. I don't remember everybody was there. I know the MSP crime lab team was there.
And as quarterback of this case, you're the one responsible for coordinating all the evidence, right?
When I called the MSP crime lab to come in, or if somebody did call them in to assist us, they do their own collection. They sometimes keep their evidence until they're done analyzing it, and in the end, they do ship it back to us and it gets logged in. As per se, who exactly logged it in, I couldn't tell you from back then.
I was just asking, as quarterback of this investigation, it would be your responsibility to gather the reports and evidence whenever they come in. Fair?
I'm going to say that when the reports come in from other agencies, if the person is working that, they'll either log it in or they will tell me it's in or present it to me. I can't say it always is going to come to me as you refer to case manager. I just never really felt that way about the job other than, hey, there's something that needs to be done. If I can't do it, I'm going to ask you to do it. And we're kind of like that.
As officer in charge of any specific case, are you the primary liaison to the prosecutor's office on that case?
Yes, I'd say so, pertaining to if someone else can get some information that I was not personally interviewing or something, they would come along with me and we would talk to the prosecutor, but that person would say what they found out.
Do you recall that you lost the van report from the MSP as part of this case?
No, I don't remember it.
You don't remember doing that?
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you recall that the in-car video from Deputy Gruss that showed this fire is missing?
No, I'm not aware of that either.
Nobody's told you that it can't be found?
I don't remember it, if that's what you're asking.
It certainly would be your responsibility to make sure the file is together as it goes to the prosecutor's office, fair?
You mean all the stuff for a case?
Yes.
I guess, I know what you're,
Look, I like Cousin Eddie, but I don't know that I feel comfortable with him policing. He's like, he has a Canton attitude. Like, y'all, it'll get done. I mean, like, people, like, we're gonna mosey through this case. Like, oh, I forgot a report. Well, it happens. I mean, look, this is the kind of vibe I want from my boss, but maybe not in a police office. Like, if I were working in maybe, say, a classic rock, radio house, I would love a boss like this. Like, yeah, Mo, you can get a little spicy. I don't really care. Hey, expense reports, TPS reports, nah, we'll make someone else do it. Like, that's the kind of boss I want, but not for a police officer and definitely not for a team lead detective. This detective is not doing great. Now, he is jovial, he is personable, he seems like a great fella to know. But his lack of sort of knowing stuff is evident, and I think if, as a juror, as someone who's watched many trials, this makes me deeply uncomfortable. The kind of lackadaisical, laissez-faire attitude of like, it'll get done when it gets done, is not something I want from a police officer. I don't know if you agree or not. If you're a replay person, put it in the comments. Do you like, a lax police officer, or do you want someone who maybe knows where things are going?
What you're looking for, this is for me to say I'm responsible for everything, but I'm going from a standpoint if Deputy Gruss had a videotape and it was logged in and wasn't able to be found, are we referring from the very beginning to now, or are we talking about just recently, or? I don't remember the videotape at all, so I apologize.
If there was a videotape from Deputy Gruss showing the progression of fire, it would have been evidence in this case, correct?
Okay,
Yes,
it could be.
Well, it is.
Oh, okay, I
Your
didn't.
Honor, I'm going to object. He doesn't know about the videotape. He's testified that he doesn't know it exists. He didn't have any part in it. So asking questions about the videotape, then he has no knowledge.
I'll lay a better foundation.
Yeah, and lay your foundation, but also it's asked and answered.
Just real quick, to put a bow on this, you are responsible for making sure that evidence related to the case gets in the case and goes to the
Asked and
prosecutor.
answered, Your
Asked
Honor.
and answered.
All right. One little last area. You talked about Dardita Gordon, who was a jailhouse witness, remember that?
Yes,
You interviewed her.
I did.
How did she come to your attention?
This is from the best of my memory, is that I was informed by a correction officer possibly that this person had said, and there were several of these kind of items at the time of where it came from exactly, but my guess would have been, it would have been a correction officer saying, hey, this person says they may have heard something, talk to that person says, well, so-and-so may have been closer to them than I was, and spurred off another interview. I'm again, not certain of how it came to be that I interviewed her. I just know that I was told that, or informed in some way, that she had heard a conversation that Linda Stermer had stated this in the jail at some point.
Do you know how close Ms. Gordon's cell was to Linda Stermer?
Do you know anything,
I
sir?
do not.
Question mark.
Do you know what cell Linda Stermer was in the jail?
I do not.
Did you know the layout of the jail? I mean, it's Van Buren
Yes, I
County
know the
Jail.
layout of the jail. I know that more than just the cells, that people will be out of the cells for chapel services, counseling services, where they're brought in from different cells, but all are together in one main room. I can't remember the name of the room, but it's where everybody gets together if there's church services and things like that.
Dang,
So
cat, I
don't
have
know
to put
what-
on sacks.
what
Wait.
ce- or remember anyways, what cells they were in, or whether they had met in a, there's Alcoholics Anonymous, there's Drugs Anonymous, there's all sorts of group meetings that they all come out of their cells and go to. I'm not sure what the perspective, from back then, maybe yes, but today, don't remember how she heard what she heard.
Fair enough. You can't and help our jury with how
Thank you,
Ms.
Thor.
Gordon would have received any information, right?
Not without refreshing my memory from the report, if I had stated in the report where she had heard it or how she heard it.
But you
This is
said
gonna end
you don't give
badly.
specific facts of a case to a witness, right?
We usually do not give exact facts of the case. We tend to hold those to see what the other person knows, if they match up with what we know.
You don't recall what happened in this case, what specific facts were given to Ms. Gordon, would that be fair? As you sit here today?
Not quite sure what you're asking
Do
me.
you recall what facts you gave Ms. Gordon about this case?
No, I guess not.
I'm just asking for your best memory.
Yeah, I mean, fact-wise, what's exactly a fact? No, I mean, I wanted to talk to her about what she may have heard.
Sir,
in regards to Linda
this is
Stermer,
ridiculous.
In regards to what she had heard, and left it from there, I believe.
Jailhouse witnesses are often
You are not
looking
a
for
parrot.
favors or lenience or some type of quid
Okay, you
pro
are a
for their
parrot.
quo of giving you information, aren't they?
That's one speculation.
He's interviewed plenty of
I'll
jailhouse
allow it in
witnesses.
his experience,
Thank you.
if he knows.
You have interviewed jailhouse witnesses before,
Yes,
more than one,
yes.
and they are often looking for favors or lenience, aren't they?
Some are looking for a deal.
Okay. Certainly not unexpected in your business.
No, but it's also something they're made fully aware that I have no power to grant them anything.
Okay, and then finally, one of the things you're looking for is corroboration, correct?
More than one person saying the same thing?
Or you have physical
Evidence.
evidence that would support what they're saying, correct?
Sure.
Tell our jury what fact of Dardita Gordon's that you verified from any physical evidence or any inspection or anything.
Objection, Your Honor, based on hearsay.
I asked if you could verify
I
a
think the
fact.
present question doesn't call for hearsay, so I'll overrule that.
Was there anything that Dardita Gordon told you that you verified from any physical evidence from the
Cat.
scene or any objective evidence?
You are being aggressively redonkulous. Stop.
You're saying answer that question, Your Honor.
I think it's just a yes or no.
It's a simple yes or no.
Okay.
Do you recall as you sit here?
As I recall sitting here, did she give specific, something that was a factual basis to the case?
That you verified, that you corroborated from
Right.
scene evidence or something?
Not that I recall.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Redirect?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to start out with Dardita Gordon and your interview with her. Would it help refresh your memory with what your interview was with Dardita Gordon if I gave you a copy of your report?
Sure.
One thing I can look over that report, just to refresh your memory when it's done. If you please just look up.
Look up to the sky. We are getting through this case. Okay, no. You know what? You have covered me in cat fur, and I very much love you, but you are being a little bit goofy today. No. I'm sorry. No, I love you too, but this isn't. No, you cannot crawl inside me like a freaking tauntaun. Stop. Freaking Luke Skywalker. Doofy, stop. Sir. He is not itty bitty. I think he's all of 30 pounds. He's 170 gajillion pounds, I swear. Sir, come on. You can do it. I before E, except after C. And, you know, ABCs. It's easy as 1, 2, 3. I'm telling you, ABCs. Sir. Now you are getting on my very little last nerve, sir. You are being a redonkulous kitten. It's driving me up the walls. Up all of the walls. Okay. Dear Lord, sir. To be fair, he has to read it carefully. When I skim through, I miss stuff. So I am proud of him for taking his time. Although I'm also deeply impatient, so... I want something else.
Observed blood pooling the time that you interviewed me.
Okay, sorry. We are back.
I beg your pardon?
You had an adequate chance to read through that?
Okay, so
Yes.
And does that help refresh?
Chucky, I will say this, and this is not meant as a political joke. This is more as a hair sniffing joke. My husband and I may call Thor our Joe Biden cat because he likes to sniff hair and aggressively. He likes non-consensual cuddling. So we do call him our Joe Biden cat. We do warn people like he is into non-consensual cuddling, and he will bother you. We will lock him up though if you don't, want white cat fur all over yourself. He is very pretty. He knows it though. He's like, I am beautiful.
Refresh your memory as to what your interview with Ms. Dardita Gordon was.
Yes.
And that was written very close to the time that you interviewed Ms. Gordon.
Yes.
So you had stated earlier in your testimony that you observed laceration on Mr. Todd Stermer's head on scene. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that you also observed blood pooling where you believed Mr. Todd Stermer then had been laying in the ground. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you receive information from Ms. Dardita Gordon that may or may not give insight into those lacerations that Todd Stermer received on his head? He doesn't need to tell me exactly. It's a follow-up from his cross about corroborating evidence, Your Honor.
Okay, as long as we're not going into the substance, but the current question's fine.
Thank you. So don't tell me what she said, because obviously that would be hearsay, but did you receive information from Dardita Gordon that may or may not give insight into those lacerations.
Yes,
Did you tell her about those head lacerations or about that blood pooling that you saw on scene before you talked to her about the potential information?
Objection form leading.
I'll allow it for this.
no,
So I want to get back to why you had those tapes in your office. Was your office secured at that time?
yes, I had an office with a lock on it.
And was it common practice that you would lock those doors?
Yes,
And was evidence then kept secure in your office?
absolutely.
And why did it take you that amount of time to then interview Ms. Cynthia DeLoach at the Marathon Station?
Okay. I would say that it wasn't an important interview. It would have been surely a oversight on my part or on the team's part that we are a small department. We do multiple crimes at a time, and you may have heard the term before, it's juggling. You're juggling things. And the interview with Cindy DeLoach was something that when I was reviewing all the case reports and going through items that had been collected in preparation of this case, noting that the clerk had never been spoke to, and immediately was sought out to get an interview from them. But it was not that it wouldn't have been considered important. It was more that it got slipped, if you want to say slipped through the cracks, but found and rectified.
And you had already spoken to the owner of the gas station.
Yes, I had.
You'd gotten the tapes, the VHS tapes.
I did.
That, it's getting to be leading, if you can rephrase.
Before that, did you get the tapes from the
Yes.
Marathon Station? Did you work then to try to view the tapes?
I did.
Did you work with another department to see if you could recover information on those tapes?
I did.
And you also then did you also recover the tape, the cash register tapes that have been entered into the exhibits?
I did.
So all that had happened then close to the time frame of the fire.
Yes.
You were asked a little bit about tapes that were in the car, I believe from other officers. Do you recall what type of taping system was in the police cars at that time?
I don't.
As a detective, did you have a system in your car?
No, I did not.
Was that common for detectives not to have systems in their car?
No, detectives did not have recording devices at that time in their vehicles.
Detectives also, did they have body cams at that time?
No, we didn't.
And again, this is back in 2007, is that correct?
Correct.
I want to bring your memory back to the picture that defense counsel had up on the screen for quite a while of the van being hoisted up. Do you recall that picture?
Yes.
And do you recall if you saw any mud flaps on that van?
I don't recall seeing any mud flaps on the van.
I'm not a carologist, but I don't think Ford Econoline vans have mud flaps. I mean, I could be wrong, but I've never seen one with mud flaps that I can recall.
Did that picture depict any?
No.
And do you recall seeing any mud in the wheel well in that picture?
No, I did not.
And do you remember if there was mud in the wheel well of the rear tires?
No, there was not.
Oh, okay. I did not know that.
I want to take you back to what you were thinking on the time at the scene. You were asked by defense counsel if you asked the original people on scene if they could smell accelerants on scene. Do you remember that question?
I do.
If you would have asked the people on scene and gotten an answer, would that have influenced your actions or what you thought you smelt?
No. I mean, if you're asking, if I had asked them before I saw the body myself, their statement of they had smelled fuel on the body would influence my,
Yes. If they would have smelt fuel or not smelled fuel, would that have changed how you approached your investigation?
no. As far as I see it as, I was there, I smelled accelerants or fuel on Todd Stermer, so.
And you're the detective.
True, but what they smelled, I couldn't tell you, or I don't know that I would have asked.
But
Did
you're the
you
detective and you
smell?
still would have done your job to determine what you smelled. Is that correct?
Yes, and I would have recorded such.
You pumped gas before, Detective Maziowski?
Sure.
You know what gas smells like?
I do.
At the time of this fire, did you live close to Lawrence?
I lived in Lawrence Township, yes.
And do you recall, if you recall, was this a big deal in this small community?
Oh, okay. I did not
Yes.
know that.
Lots of
I am
people
learning
talking
all
about
the
this event?
things.
It's a small town.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
What does it being a small town have to do with anything?
Backwards if I can. So you do know what gas smells like,
I have pumped gas and
right?
I've smelled
You know
gas.
what gas smells like? You've smelled it a lot, right?
Knows anybody else?
I
Yeah.
s-
Okay. But
I
you can't
sniff
tell this
gas all the
jury
time.
that what you smelled on Todd Stermer was gasoline. You remember telling us that?
Yes, I do.
Now, you said you reviewed the file back in June of '09? As you were reviewing the file, remember you told?
Yeah, I do remember realizing that we had interviewed her and it was later in the investigation, yes. Exact date, kind of, if you say that's what I reported, then fine.
Isn't it true, sir, that an officer, Charity Cummings, brought that to your attention, that Ms. Deloach might have some evidence to share, some information to share?
I honestly don't remember how I thought it was through review of it, but if it's documented as such, I'm not going to deny
It's
it.
certainly possible that it wasn't through your file review, it was through information you got from somebody that prompted you, oh my God, we didn't talk to this witness.
And again, that I can't remember, but if there's documentation to such, I would not say no to. I'm just saying from what I could remember, it was during reviews of things, so.
And you testified just a second ago that, I think you said, what are you, a small sheriff's office and you're juggling a lot of cases?
That is true.
Right? Death case is a big case, right?
Pardon?
A death case is a big case. Small sheriff's office or not, right?
Okay, yes.
Yes. Didn't that case deserve your best effort
I believe I did give a very good effort in this case.
by simply overlooking it because you were too busy?
I believe nobody's infallible, but I will definitely admit it didn't get done in a timely fashion.
Okay. Then you were asked some questions about Dardita Gordon, and did she provide information as to what might have caused lacerations on Todd Stermer's head? You remember that?
Dingus,
I do.
sir,
Just
you are
ask-
going to
we're asked
become a
questions about that.
dingus. I swear to
She asked
goodness,
me
you are
if she gave any
butthole
information
and a half.
that was pertinent to that
You
case.
just
or
cannot,
that would
can
have
you?
Followed through, yes, but specifically, she didn't say, that being the prosecutor, what specifically we were talking about.
Okay. You do not recall testifying 5 minutes ago that Dardita Gordon may have given you some information about what caused lacerations on Todd Stermer's head?
Well, that was 5 minutes ago,
yes,
sir.
You do now remember.
Again, I'd almost have to go back to that. I thought that what was asked of me was, did she give any facts that were in the case or such? But if that's what it was, or maybe I'm
Sir,
confused.
this is
I don't want to confuse you.
unconsensual.
I want to
Okay.
make sure you and I are very clear with each other.
Okay.
You never corroborated with a medical expert, like a medical examiner, Dr. Markey, what caused the lacerations on Mr. Stermer's head. Fair?
Not that I remember.
If you would have put it down in the report.
That would be very true.
So as you sit here today, you have no evidence to corroborate what Dardita Gordon may have told you regarding lacerations on Todd Stermer's head. Fair?
Argumentative, Your Honor.
I'll allow it for cross, although it is getting
Okay,
asked and answered.
During the course of interview with Dordita Garden,
The question is,
questions were asked of her that, did she hear things from Linda Stermer? Did you hear them directly from Linda Stermer? And she would answer to that effect. And then in some items, she would not be totally clear. And so examples would be laid out to her as to, well, could it have been this? Or was it something like that or something? And she would respond to that if that's what you're looking
well,
at.
now you took me to a new little area.
Okay.
You had suggested to Dardita Gordon, could some injuries be the result of this?
As an
Or-
example only, not as a specific.
Fair enough. As an example only, and she said, yes, it could be.
That would be true.
Okay. And you never corroborated with any medical expert
That it would have been that item?
that it was true.
Your Honor.
I'm sorry,
don't know
you
if
delay
it's-
slowly enough where I'm sitting here finding myself trying to finish your sentence. I apologize.
Yeah, I think it has been asked, but I'm not sure it's been answered. So
Okay, no.
Last question, you can't help our jury at all with any source of lacerations to Todd Stermer's head, fair?
No, I cannot.
Thank you. Thank you.
Detective Maciowski, it's your job to try to gather all information as to what may be pertinent in this investigation. Is that a fair statement?
That is true.
And so when you heard this information from Dardita Gordon, you interviewed her because it may or may not be pertinent.
That is correct.
And you gathered that information and presented it in your report with what Ms. Dardita Gordon said.
That is correct.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cat, stop eating plastic. You are a weirdo. You're going to get microplastics. You're going to get all weird and mutated. And you're going to be like a gremlin. Look, you're a mugwai right now, but if you eat plastic, you're going to become a mug or a gremlin. Stop.
Sir, did you interview any other, witnesses from the jail that would corroborate anything Dardita Gordon told you?
I couldn't say I remember one way or another. I did interview other people, but I don't remember the content or statements that they gave.
Okay. You interviewed several jailhouse witnesses trying to get information regarding Linda Stermer's involvement in the suspected crime. Fair?
Okay.
Yes?
Again, I just said, I don't remember how, I know I interviewed people from the jail in regards to this. I don't remember how many, I don't remember what they told me.
And you don't remember their names?
No, other than to refresh right here, there's a whole list of names that she told me, that being Miss Gordon told me were in the room. So there's a possibility I may have interviewed them.
And as far as you're able to tell us, nobody of all the people you interviewed corroborated anything Dardita Gordon said with respect to lacerations on the
He's
head?
already testified that he doesn't have any of the information from the others.
He
so
doesn't
unless we wanna
member,
sit here
y'all.
like
There's
we
no
do all the reports, I
memberation.
don't think he
Don't
can
be
answer
mean
that
to this
Hold on
man.
just
He
real
doesn't
quick.
member.
It's asked and answered, so move
Did you
on,
prepare
please.
for trial today?
Did I prepare?
Did you do anything?
Oh, I did.
Okay, sir, you've been an ass the entire time, but he does seem like he hadn't prepared for nothing. I mean, he is a sweet man. He's a teddy bear. He's probably great at barbecues. He can probably cornhole with the best of them. But he seems to be a little discombobulated to be a chief detective. Now, I get that he is retired, but if you are called in on a murder case, I would hope that you aren't as lackadaisical as this. That being said, he does seem like the sweetest man ever. He, as much as the lawyer was a dick, he didn't give him back the same energy. He tried to, remain non-confrontational. But the fact that he had evidence in his office that he didn't separate all of the clothing should have separate individual bags. The fact that they put, them into plastic bag, I don't know. It just seems like he is very lackadaisical. And because this is a murder case, I understand all the logistical problems he has. But this is, taking Linda's life away. And, regardless of what you think of her, even for Sarah Boone, I wanted her to have a fair and, true trial so that justice could win out. And if you're on the side that you want Linda to fry, then you better want this to be a fair trial so she doesn't get a new retrial. And what they have is a lead detective that can't member nothing. And that's not good.
Review some reports, yes.
Your reports?
Some of my reports.
Not that one.
This one right here? Nope.
And did you meet with the prosecutor
I did when I drove into town, yes.
to talk about the case and what your testimony is going to be?
I had been given outlines of what would be asked, I guess.
You were given outlines by the prosecutor of what might be the direction of the questions she's going, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
You didn't you didn't memorize your interviews with others word for word in preparation for this testimony, is that a fair
No.
statement? And you understand that that's hearsay, and you can't testify then to what others have told you?
That's correct.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Mueller? You done?
Tit for tat.
Jury, any questions
Oh,
of
thank you,
him?
Jesus.
Yes, I have several coming.
No, Gregory Bentway, I'm not being an ass. I mean, I do disagree, but this man was the lead detective. He should have prepped. He should have looked over his reports. I don't have a problem with him as a person, but as a lead detective, he is not on top of it the way other lead detectives have been in other cases. And while I get that, but you have to get back in the mode if you're going to be called as a witness. I get that he probably doesn't want to go back in the mode. I get that he probably doesn't want to revisit a lot of these memories. But the state has to retry her, and if he had performed this badly when he had the first trial, then I don't think Linda would have been convicted. So I guess, and that is fair, that is a fair point. But I think that there were some decisions made on the spot that weren't very good. I don't think that all of the clothes should have been put in one bag. Maybe that was the policy then. I don't know the policy, and the defense hasn't brought in the policy. I do know that I find it concerning, just as a person, as a citizen, that, a key witness was missed, not taken care of until 2 years later, and the lead detective didn't know about it. And I also find it worrying that the evidence was left in his office. That being said, I do understand there was 20 years later. The policies might have been different. I am not aware of those policies. So I'm willing to give him a benefit of the doubt. But what I'm saying as a juror, this might be deeply concerning to them. But we can agree to disagree. I do think that the jury is going to have a lot of questions of him. It will be interesting to see what they have noticed, what their perspective is. I do find it interesting to see kind of where the jury is going with questions.
Okay, I have some questions from the jury. Jury, I'm asking most of the questions. I've determined under the law not to ask others. Some may be addressed, though, in future witnesses. Was the Dardina Gordon interview, is that the name, Dardina Gordon?
Dardina Gordon, Your Honor.
Dardina Gordon interview recorded or transcribed?
I believe it was recorded.
Are there any pictures of the rear tires on the van?
Only from what probably was shown here today. No, there's that I know of. I don't know or don't recall what the MSP crime lab took pictures of.
Do you recall if the pulley that retains the spare tire on the vehicle was fully retracted, or was there some play in the spare tire that would allow some rotation and tilt?
I do not know that.
What was the date of Ms. Gordon's interview?
I know it was listed on the report that was in front of me. I don't know to have that.
Would that refresh your recollection? Okay.
I could refresh. Okay. Excuse me. They're requesting, if I'm not mistaken, the date of the interview of Dardina Gordon?
Yes.
This is not that report.
That's not the report I just took.
It was the report you just took off the table.
Well, while she's looking that up, sir, do you believe most of the tire tracks marked were going downhill?
I believe that to be the direction of travel based on where the van was located that was running on the backside of the house, and the trail, if you will, or tracks going from the top of the house to where the vehicle rested, indicating that I saw no other tracks. It indicated to me that that's where they began, was at the top, and came down around behind the house.
Got it.
Thank you.
And Gregory Brentway, I get that. I'm not arguing with you. I just, had the defense asked questions a different way, I think we would have gotten better answers. And I understand that he doesn't remember the policy. I wish that if the defense had wanted to question him on policy, they should have sent out a subpoena for the policies that were in place at that time. This is also on the defense. If they had wanted to know the policies, they could have subpoenaed those. So expecting this man to remember policies 18 years ago is a bit much from the defense. So I will give you that. And I will give you that this is a horrible case. We haven't seen pictures of Todd. The van is just horrific by itself. So I would not want to maintain these memories. I will give you that. That being said, I have never Okay, so Jedi just said there were evidence processing procedures in 2007. Most departments saw the disaster that OJ was and put them in place. They don't. They probably do not have a copy about the policy 18 years ago, possibly. And that could be the case. Like I said, they are working with a nearly 20-year-old case. So I do give grace. Here's why this bothers me so much, and maybe this will explain to you. Being unprepared gives me anxiety. It is my biggest fear to go somewhere unprepared. So his kind of not being able to remember really makes me anxious, because it would make me feel incredibly nervous and anxious. My anxiety would be up. I'd probably be doing, little patches of giraffe. So again, this might be my lens and my perspective, but being unprepared, not having answers, not feeling like I had put in enough work. What kind of pen is my favorite? I will say that I like very fine pointed pens. To change the subject slightly, I have not girl handwriting. This is my handwriting. As you can see, sometimes I can manage to get two lines of notes on one line because I just write that small. So I like anything with a really fine nib. I do like my new fountain pen. If I can remember where I put it last night, I like that one. I don't like the larger nibbed pens just because I write so small that it gets really hard to understand. If that answers your question, I hope.
The date of the interview of Dardita Gordon was on 10/28/2009.
That is fair, Emma Rapier.
At approximately 12:02 p.m.
Emma Rapier, so you just got in from Baker Stream. Did you get anything important or noteworthy? So this has been, we had Troy Ernst. He was the particulate sort of trace evidence guy. We went through what he learned, and basically what we learned from all of that is that basically all of Todd's clothes, from the socks, sweatpants, underpants, and then the jacket that the neighbor put on him, all tested positive for gasoline. Now, all of those were put in one bag. I don't know if that was the evidence policy, but they were all put in one bag. The defense did make, tried to get the trace evidence person to, badmouth the police about how things were packaged. He kind of said, look, I just get this stuff and run it. Now, the Michigan State Crime Lab is a very basic for the accelerants. The accelerant is basically a go, no-go test. Now, it is very sensitive. It is able to kind of differentiate at some point or to some level new gas and evaporated or old gas. They use some kind of scienceology magic. But basically, what the lab tech did kind of get across, and this is good for the state, is that Todd's clothes were basically soaked with gasoline. The jacket that was laid on top of him had lesser amounts of gasoline. Now, the Michigan Crime Lab is limited. They couldn't tell you if the gasoline from the gas can is the same as the gasoline that was used on Todd's clothes. They don't have kind of instrumentality to do that. What they can say is that there was gas. The gas chromatograph got, gasoline off of these particular items. Now, what's good for the defense, at least from a certain viewpoint, is that none of Linda's clothes had any gasoline on them. But you do know, and we do know from kind of the scene, that if Linda had wanted to, she could have changed clothes in the intervening time between, when people arrived and when people saw her. So that being said, the state can bring that up. Then we come to Detective Tom Mirowski. He was, for all intents and purposes, the lead detective. That's this man who looks kind of like Cousin Eddie. Now, he seems very personable, he seems very jovial, but there are some things that are a little concerning with his testimony. Now, with full grace, it has been 18 years. So, Jedi Jess, there was a possibility that there was transfer since they were all in the same plastic bag, but also the neighbor that laid his jacket on him happened to work at a junkyard, and these would be clothes where he was taking apart cars, I don't know, radiologers and things like that, capillaries and such. So the defense has contended that the accelerants came from his clothing and then transferred to Todd's. Now, what the evidence text said that because of the evaporation differentials, in his opinion, his professional opinion, the transfer would have come from Todd's clothes to the neighbors, not from the neighbors to Todd's clothes. Now, that being said, the defense did point out that this was a fairly limited test, that they didn't, send it, or they did send these items out to a more dedicated lab for arson and things like that. However, because of the intervening years, their expert from that lab was thrown out. They won't be able to have them. This is the state. Basically, the actual printouts from the gas chromatograph were lost, and since this is not even the chemist that did that report, the defense successfully argued that facts were not going to be in evidence and no one could speak on them. So the state did lose their sort of more expert on the accelerants. Now, with this detective, this is the lead detective. He got to the scene at around 5 p.m. The fire and incident, all that happened around 3:10 to 3:15 p.m., give or take. Now, that being said, he did seem to notice a lot of things. There were several lapses. It took 2 years before he went to the gas station to confirm that Linda had been there earlier. Again, the state is kind of trying to tie this gas station visit the day of the fire to the purchase of gas and then the dousing them on Todd. Now, where that runs into a little bit of a problem for the state is that the evidence technician said that the gallon gas can that he was given basically had what appeared chemically to be older gas. Now, that's a little misleading because if the gasoline or the container was exposed to heat or different conditions, it doesn't always mean that, it's old gas. It just means that it's reading as old gas. It didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. It seems like there was someone who is very familiar with chemistry that is on the jury because he asked a question that none of us got. But back to this detective. He seems to have some insight into what he thinks that Linda was going down the hill as she hit Todd. And he does kind of explain that he was present at the van. There was a bit of a touch and go issue because he was also the detective that talked to some prison snitches or, prison informants, however you want to call them. Now, they won't be able to get into the prison, confessor's testimony, but to be fair, this has been 18 years. He's not always together on the facts. He needs to be refreshed by his reports. And I totally get that. But I think that what I have an issue with is it is looking like, there was at least some intentionality for as much as I'm looking at all of the case. Now, the defense also brought into the fact that the Econoline van was from 1993, and that the rear tires seemed to be a little bit, what's the word when you don't have the things on the tires and they're bad? Bald. So the defense is claiming that the rear tires were a bit bald. Now, I don't know which tires do the braking in an Econoline van, but that might be something that the defense has an expert in. I am Princess. As far as I know, we do not know how Todd got outside. I am still very confused with the events. So, Stinky, I didn't watch the last couple of days. Was the victim doused with gasoline in the house? If so, was gasoline found there? So, the thing is, we're not quite sure the order of the events, and I'm still trying to make sense of it. I have watched every day. I have done breakdowns of, the case thus far. I don't know if the state is waiting for closing statements to marry all of these disparate pieces together. It does seem like they had a bit of a chronological order going. And it may seem more disjointed, honestly, because the defense really breaks up the flow. The defense is asking meandering questions and just testing that line of what they can ask before they get in trouble. So that might be a lot of how this case feels very disjointed. That being said, we are learning a little bit more, but things are still really disjointed. I don't know. And this is current day. The witness did not get taken out of the jail yesterday. I do believe that the state is being a bit spiteful here, with good reason. I mean, you have a murder case, you have a retrial, you need to make sure that you've got the witnesses going, and you can't have someone who just says, I got stuffs going on in my life, derail that. So I think what her plan was is to have her last at this point, just to make her sit in jail. I mean, that's my guess. They could be less petty than me, but that's where I'm going with this. Now, that all being said, it looks like I am getting ready to go get the Farrells. So, and a quick reminder, housekeeping stuff. It is Wednesday night. That means date night. So there will not be a night stream this evening. And thank you for all of your carology people, because I am learning things, because honestly, I like to know how things work. I just don't always get how things work, if that makes any sense. Yeah, and maybe the state doesn't want to say that she's, under the influence, so they might not even call her. So what was I going to say? I have no idea. Any hoozle, you guys, we will probably finish day 3 tomorrow, unless I feel froggy tonight after 8 and we just want to plow through. Giggity, that's what she said. This case. That being said, I do think it's interesting to see different cases, ones that are fresh and ones that are much older. I do think that there is always inherent sort of difficulties with an older case. You have witnesses that are no longer with us. You have witnesses that have moved. You have evidence that might not have been taken care of carefully. So I do see the state, working on an uphill battle. And I am honestly still undecided with what I think. I think that, it could be made to look like an accident. It could be, that she was nefarious. But we haven't gotten enough clues yet. I mean, I have, I think, 27 pages of notes, and I still haven't been able to marry this story together. Now, I'm hoping that, as unreliable as they are, at least maybe through prison witnesses, through, an accident reconstructionist, we can kind of figure out the story of the events just through the evidence and not through having to rely on Linda's story, jailhouse stories, or anything like that. Because I can be very honest with you guys. I don't know what I think about this case. I think it could go either way. Now I would caution you guys, or at least be on the lookout. The adult sons are going to be testifying. I do think that if there is anything that can put a proverbial nail in Linda's tire, so to speak, it will be if her sons really flip the switch or flip the script with what Linda has said about the relationship. If it turns out that the sons all testified that she was actually the aggressor, she was, domineering, this, that, and the other, I do think that that would be the thing that nails Linda to, jail. So that will be something I will look for, because I really think that beyond all of the evidence, the case is going to hinge on what those boys say. And I know the jurors aren't supposed to be emotional. I know they're not supposed to pick sides like that. But I think the heart-wrenching listening to sons who lost their fathers, their home all in one day. You know, they were out to the movies, they were at the mall, and they lost everything. Their father, their house, you know, their mom, all of it in one fell swoop. So I can imagine that there is going to be some fireworks, there is going to be some very deep trauma, and for better or for worse, I think that's what the case hinges on. But you guys can tell me in the comments, if you are lurkers or replayers, what you think about this. I appreciate you guys so much, and let's see here. I'm coming back. And Gregory Benway, we are still friends. I agree with you, fair point. It has been 18 years. I will say it just makes me deeply uncomfortable when people are not prepared, because it would make me like almost have a panic attack if I were on the stand and wasn't prepared. But I'm a weirdo, so you know, it's a thing. Anywho, I hope you guys have a great day. Remember, as always, Mama Mo says, be kind to yourself, be kind to others, but have a sassy mouth and carry a can of bitch fire, because kindness no longer equals doormat. I'll see you guys later. Bye.